Well. Hello, everyone. Let me just figure out, where do I put my phone? Let's put it over here. Man, I have so many gadgets in front of me. It's probably not healthy. But hello, guys. Welcome to day 87 of the stream. We got some fun things for us today. Well, I think it's fun. It's going to be a continuation of what we've been doing for the past 3 to 4 days. I've just been slowly. It's probably too slow. I mean, it's definitely too slow, the progress I'm making. But I've been having fun on the live streams, just kind of editing and color grading some of the footages from my travels around the world. And it's all in preparation for my next video that I need to work on, which is a review of Dehancer. So anyways, that's a little bit of what we're going to be doing today. Is a continuation of that. Another thing is I just set up my second camera for my cat camera. Unfortunately, my cats are not in their position. They have not learned. I have not trained them well enough yet. I just fed them, so they're kind of running around. But if they do show up, I do want to show you guys. Actually, let's go ahead and... Okay, let's... on my desk, basically. So I got the camera just off screen here. It's my Nikon ZR, and I got that pointed over here with my 24 to 70 millimeter lens. So we'll see, you know, maybe I was testing it earlier when my cat was chilling over here, and actually kind of looked nice. I think the quality is some would say overkill, but I think it's gonna be pretty fun. And then I'm still waiting for a few things. Ooh,
good job not having any audio on that scene.
Well, thank you, Photo Elite. Always calling me out. I can always rely on Photo Elite to stress test me out. Thanks. Let me check out. What did I... Yeah, you are 1000% correct. Let me quickly remedy that situation. So I just gotta, bring over these two. Testing. Okay, so I think it's fixed. Testing. Okay, hopefully it's working. Thank you, but thank you, Photo Elite. I appreciate it. You know what? That deserves a few more PPs your way. So appreciate it. Photo Elite, hopefully you're having a wonderful day so far. Let's give you we're gonna give you 1,000.
You can do that without actually going to the scene. You just use studio mode in OBS.
Studio mode in OBS. I'm in... Okay, hold on. How does that work? Oh, I see. I have to click on this button called studio mode. I've never clicked on that. Interesting. What does that do? Okay, I'm going to click on it. Hopefully it doesn't destroy everything. Okay, so it just created a little preview stuff. Wow. Yo, Photo Elite. Looks like I'm learning a bit more as we go. Okay, interesting. So it just kind of shows me some extra panels. Program 1 main camera. Okay. Interesting. Okay, well, I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to explore that later. Oh, and then also I see one of my cats is here, but she's taking over Kimpop's bed. So let's test this out. Let me bring Nala over to the other bed. All right, here we go. Let's test this out. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so I need to... We'll see once she situates. So right now I'm using the Z9 in H.265. I think it's shooting at 4K 30 frames, but then I'm assuming it just outputs at 1080 30 frames. And then what's in front of it? There's something blocking, right? That's just her tail. Never mind. And then yeah, right now I think it's roughly at 35 millimeters, f2.8. But then we could technically, let's see. So I could go like a full wide angle shot with this too. Yeah, so anyways, yeah, I was thinking about which lens do I want to use for the kind of this desk shot to this bed. So I figure the 24-70 probably makes the most sense, just given the fact that, you know, we can zoom in at times and just have a bit more fun with it. And, you know, especially if she's like staring at the camera. Isn't that right, Nala? Good girl. Okay, so yeah. Anyways, now the other thing I've adjusted is my editing scene. So now in the editing scene, it should look slightly different. And I'll have to readjust, I guess, because I've had to manually crop this out. You want to get down? But yeah, so this will take some work, but I think I basically kind of chopped up the two camera scenes for the cats. Nala, don't do that. Come on. So yeah, we'll see. I'm playing around with it because obviously the problem was like, how do I fit 3 cameras onto a single freaking OBS scene while I'm also editing? So this was my crude kind of attempt at being able to showcase both, but we'll see. Photo, you said no, it's not just extra panels. Studio mode allows you to go to different scenes and edit them without leaving the scene you're on for the stream. The stream will see the program scene, but you can whatever you want to on the other one. Awesome. Okay. Man, goes to show how little I know. So again, thank you very much, Photo Elite. I appreciate that. Okay, so like I said, what are we going to do today? Well, we got pretty good progress yesterday on editing all of the footages. We still have quite a bit more to go. So the question is always, how fast can I edit? And the answer we already know, which is not super fast, fairly slow. But I hope the process is fun to watch. At least for me, it's been really fun to see that Dehancer actually does an incredible job, in my opinion, with leveling up my color grading skills. So the biggest test that I've been doing is, can I just use a single node with Dehancer as a way to edit my footages with nothing else, just that. And so far, it's been good.
It goes to show people don't listen when me or Maple get to yelling about OBS face with tears of joy.
To be fair to everyone, I don't think it's, or I guess it's not just a you thing. It's just, I think we all have problems listening. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I'm a good listener in a one-on-one conversation or like in person. But yeah, if it's about things like, hey, make sure to do this or don't do that, I'm just like, yeah, I got you. But yeah, no, obviously I appreciate it, Photo Elite. There's a lot of these things that I'm trying to level up as soon as possible. Actually, I need to have a chat with Maple about this as well. And maybe Cyronius, because I know Cyronius has done those like live IRL streaming as well. And that's something I want to test out fairly soon. Even just in Dubai, if I'm like going out into the desert and stuff, I would like to start testing out, you know, can I get a live stream going when I'm outside of my home studio? So we'll see. One quick thing, I was on Canva and I saw there's a keynote from Canva and I'm curious, what does that mean? Watch the keynote to blah blah blah. Our biggest product drop yet. I'm a big fan of Canva, so I'm just curious. What do they mean? What's happened? As I kind of presumed, as everyone should at this point, every company at this point is like integrating AI into everything. So it looks like what they're announcing is introducing a whole new way to design in Canva with AI. Okay. Get certified in AI with Design School. Interesting. Video editor made for content creators. Okay. Video 2.0 gives you the power, speed, and creative freedom to make videos your way. Interesting. I usually don't really trust these things to do a good job, but you know what? I'm probably behind on the times. Design emails worth opening. Okay, so they got some email templates. Build better emails. Meet the new Affinity, professional design app bringing vector design. Okay, so I mean, clearly most of this is for actual designers, which I am not. So I don't think it's worth watching the Canva video. I don't think, yeah, most of it's going to go over my head. So, all right, but good to know there's something going on there. Is there any videos to line up from YouTube that I should be watching? DaVinci Resolve 20 tutorial. Noise reduction is crazy good. Okay. All right, maybe we should watch this one. All right. DaVinci Resolve tutorial. Photo, you said you're going to need a more advanced bot for that than Streamlabs or the Team bot. For what? What are you saying in reference to? You're going to need a more advanced bot for that. Are you talking about for like the live streaming stuff? For IRL streaming. Oh, okay, okay. You're going to need a more advanced bot. Or the Team bot. What do you mean? As in like how it communicates with chat? Yeah, you know what? I need to create like a laundry list of like, okay, well, here's all the tech that is required if you want to do IRL streaming. I know everyone talks about like, what is it called? The live U? Is that what it's called? Live U? Live U. Live video solutions, cloud production. Top broadcasters trust Live View every day for their... Okay. Is this the thing that like iShowSpeed uses or something? That I guess maybe that's what.
Yes, I know. I've already.
Okay, okay. iShowSpeed live streaming setup. One year ago. So he's got like this backpack.
My next essential, obviously I'm a streamer. Obviously I need to go live, so got my man Slip, cameraman, and obviously we got the live view too. So these are the tools. So y'all see clips of me going live. This is the tool you need. FX3, and this is a live view, solo live view. Put the things in there and just show them real quick. Yeah, show them. Why not show them? The behind the scenes of going live.
Plug it in.
Plug it in.
And then you're good to go. You just press go live.
Then you go live. That's all it is. So that's what I do every single day.
Man, they make it sound so easy. Yeah, just put it on, click a button, we're good to go. Photo, you said Aminabot like streamer bot that can actually communicate with OBS.
Hey, I cannot live without this. That's one thing I really can't live without. So obviously I still use the phone. I still use a phone to go live as well. For places that don't allow this, because obviously stadiums. I went to the Ballon d'Or, one of my biggest streams. The World Cup. Yeah, my World Cup was one of my biggest streams. The World Cup.
Photo, can you remind me? I apologize, I forgot. Where in the world are you based again? Like, are you stateside or are you in somewhere in Europe? I always forget. Or Canada? Man, I don't know. I'm mixing things up.
I know. So I have to stream on the phone as well. So phone is a good essential too.
This is just way better.
Yeah, just way better.
When did y'all meet?
We met back in 2022. I did a music video.
Live view for live streaming IRL. Sweden. Okay, okay, Sweden. Ooh, interesting.
I just finished live streaming at the gym with my Osmo Pocket 3, and this is my setup. I just finished live streaming at the gym.
How are we able to live stream on the go from anywhere? First, we need reliable portable power and reliable portable internet. Using this device, the LiveView Solo, we're able to take Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, which is all three of the major. How are we able to live stream on?
Well, Verizon, AT&T, so, because obviously that's very US focused, but, and this is from 6 years ago? Yeah, that sounds outdated, right? Or maybe it's still useful to watch.
What's up, guys? Welcome back once again to the Gaming Careers YouTube.
All right, here we go. Sweden is... What's the time zone difference? Well, listen, there's... So, Photo Elite, maybe I'll bug you about this. Do you also do, like, IRL streaming photo? Or do you mostly... Yeah, actually... Yeah, let me know if you do, like, IRL streaming kind of stuff. I'm trying to educate myself as much as possible with that kind of technology, because I would like to start, you know, especially as the next year rolls around, I do want to start traveling again, and it'd be nice to be able to stream while I'm either abroad or even just outside of this godforsaken home that I'm stuck in, right? So, okay, so as I do this, we're going to continue color grading. So we'll keep making progress. Let's see, where do we start from? So yesterday, how far did we get? We went from... So these are all finished for color grading with Dehancer. And I keep saying yesterday, but I guess I didn't stream yesterday. Yeah, so these ones we finished. And then where do we stop? Was it right here? Okay, so this is our next one we need to edit. So as I'm editing this, let's go ahead and just like watch this video. I just want to start getting as much knowledge on this as possible. And as part of that, maybe what I need to do is take notes on... Yeah, I think I need to take some notes on this. So can I create a new thing? And we'll call this IRL streaming setup. Gear list. Photo, you say, I don't, but I know a good bit of the tech. That is true. Photo, I feel like I can just ask you questions about any tech-related stuff. You seem to have a good answer. It's almost like I'm speaking to ChatGPT. So yeah. Okay, well, maybe I'll bug you. I'll try my best not to. And also, it's kind of fun for me to, you know, I'm trying to do a mix of like, okay, how much research can I do on my own? Because obviously I don't want to like overly rely on the goodwill of other people. But then also like bounce ideas and just kind of get a better sense of like, okay, here's like the low budget way to be able to do IRL streaming. Here's the mid tier, and here's like the highest tier of like, you know, if you want the highest quality and like, you know, nothing to fail. So, all right, let's go ahead and watch that video as we're doing this. Let's just put it on the bottom here. Okay, here we go.
YouTube channel. Now on this channel we have done countless videos about how to set up and manage your live stream from your PC, be that for gaming, for podcasting, or for just chatting with your audience. But what about if you wanted to live stream away from your PC? IRL and outdoor streaming has absolutely blown up on Twitch over the last couple of years, with streamers wanting to break up their usual gaming.
Man, that's so crazy. This guy made this video 6 years ago. I didn't realize IRL streaming was that big that long ago. 6 years ago, so like in 2019, 2020, is that right? Wow. Because I think 2018, 2019 is when I started discovering Twitch. And I remember I used to watch like Ninja on my big TV screen. And I was basically doing it as research for my previous job of like, oh, is this like the new Netflix? And is this where all the new, like the new generation is going to go for their celebrities, for their content engagement and all that kind of stuff? So it was fascinating. But back then it was all like gaming stuff, right? I didn't know IRL was big back then. I feel like nowadays it's everywhere though, right? Every time you see some kind of viral clip from some streamer, it feels like majority of the time it's someone out and about traveling the world or the cities. So, and the biggest, to me, the biggest inspiration for that space, I feel, is like the IShowSpeed model. I feel like he's done it in such a nice way. I don't know much about him in terms of like his background, his history or whatever. But at the very least, I've seen all those viral clips from the past few years. And I was like, yo, this guy is traveling the world. Seems to be doing non-controversial stuff, I guess. But like being able to share the cultures and the scenery of, you know, places all over the world. And yeah, I went so far as to say, I think on one of my earlier streams, that I think he's like the Anthony Bourdain of the Gen Z, which is probably a little bit too much of a stretch. But the reason I was saying that is because I feel like he is, as a you know, it's not like he's doing it for the travel. He's like a streamer. He has a different industry or genre or niche. But then he's able to meld traveling with it and get people to just start watching something and learn about the world around them without necessarily feeling like it's an educational channel. So, ooh, here we go again. So Fuji Color 100, yet again, I pause on this one because I do really like how it tends to look as a color grading. It might be slightly too dark though, we'll see. And then let's keep playing.
content with some real live content as well. Some streamers like Jake and Bake Live and The Real Shook on 3 are actually traveling around the world, living in different countries and sharing that experience with their viewers. Now there's obviously quite a few technical challenges involved with running an IRL or outdoor stream. Firstly, you don't have a computer to be able to run streaming software from. Secondly, you don't have any
This one
power
looks clean.
to be able to power things like cameras. And thirdly, and probably most importantly, is you don't have a stable internet connection. So in this video, we're going to be talking about how you can get set up with your own IRL streaming connection to power things like streaming software from an IRL or outdoor stream. Firstly, you don't have...
Okay, actually, I should probably write this down. So outside of a gear list, maybe I just need to put key necessities to IRL stream. One is, well, I guess I won't do numbers. It'll be photo. You said wrong. Uh-oh. Well, please correct, and correct. Because he was saying, okay, streaming, streaming software, power, and network. Would you say network or internet connection? I don't know what the right word would be. Connection? Power and connection. We'll just call it network. Because then I think connection is also the other thing, right? So there'd be like connecting the cameras or whatever you're using to the software. Yeah, so I'll say audio, cameras. I think that covers it, right? So you need, oh, and then I guess you would need like rigs if I'm like mounting cameras or backpacks or whatever else. Okay, so if I were to guess at what would be needed to do an IRL streaming setup properly, you would need obviously the software stuff. I don't know if streaming, I mean, there's more than just streaming, I guess, but just like generally speaking, you need all the right software and hardware, but that's just overly generic maybe. I guess this is like kind of generic already. So you need some kind of power source, you need a network connection, you need audio connection, cameras, maybe that's what I'll say, like network connection, audio connection, camera connection. Photo, you say you're not running the stream on your phone, you're sending it an RTCP signal from your phone to a server, and then in turn sending that to your regular OBS setup. Well, okay, Photo, what if I don't want to stream from my phone? What if I want to stream with like a mirrorless camera or stuff like that? And then maybe, yeah, to that point, let's just put like a questions to address. You need the point as a relay point. Oh, so you still need the phone. And what does RTCP stand for? RTCP. It's a real-time transport control protocol. It's a companion to RTP. Monitors the quality of service for real-time media streams. While RTP carries the media data, RTCP sends control packets on a separate port to provide feedback on network conditions, sync up multiple media streams, and identify senders and receivers. It does not transport any media data itself, but is crucial for managing the quality and stability of a session. So what RTCP does, it monitors the quality of service. Okay. So it's just like something that tells you what, yeah, how stable your connection is or if there's any issues. But then it's also, oh, but it is kind of like controlling things. So it's synchronizing the audio and video together. RTCP's role is purely for control and feedback. Okay, so I mean, this is like way beyond me, obviously, but obviously I also want to learn. So, let me think. So it'd be kind of like I guess maybe it's like the key necessities. You need something that controls sends an RTCP and RTP. Tech things to understand. RTP, RTCP. Photo, he said, let's break this down. It's going to take a while to type, so give me a second. No worries, man. Listen, I appreciate it, by the way.
The computer
I'll
to
watch
be
this
able
as
to
well
run
and see.
streaming software from. Secondly, you don't have any power to be able to power things like cameras. And thirdly, and probably most importantly, is you don't have a stable internet connection. So in this video, we're going to be talking about how you can get set up with your own IRL streaming kit. All the way from the basic free things that you can run from your phone up to the professional gun run backpacks that the people that are doing this as a profession on Twitch, running an IRL stream constantly, the kit that they are using to power their streams too. So let's talk about why would you want to live stream IRL aspects of your life. And the main reason is to be able to share life.
Oh, come on, I don't need to know about that.
It's just using something like a selfie mobile phone. Mobile phone is paired with a network. In America, the popular ones are Verizon, AT&T. You know, around the rest of Europe, you've got Vodafone and other carriers like that. But you have run a few mobile IRL streams that have gone down really well with your audience, but you want to invest a little bit now to be able to up the quality and, you know, be a lot more stable. Unfortunately, it's quite a big jump to get to what these professional IRL streamers are running, these IRL backpacks or gun run backpacks, which they're often referred to. The reason that they're called gun run backpacks is because the person that started putting these kind of kits together is called Justin Gunrun Ignacio, probably butchered the second name there, but he is the second ever employee at Twitch. So he joined all the way back in 2011, was literally the second ever person to join Twitch. And although he no longer works at Twitch, him and his community are still dedicated to helping IRL streamers set up these awesome backpacks that they can run for hours with really high quality as well as a super stable stream. Gunrun actually hosted a panel about IRL streaming at the TwitchCon that I just went to towards the end of 2018, and it's a super interesting talk. I'll leave a link to the VOD down below as well as a link to his Discord where all of this sort of IRL live streaming community resides, and they discuss new builds and things like that. So a quick disclaimer before we actually get into the gear that is inside this backpack. This kit is expensive. It's not only expensive to originally purchase, but also the ongoing costs of subscribing to these mobile data plans so that you can keep streaming an unlimited amount. That's also an expense. So this really is for people that have tested out some IRL content with their audience using a mobile stream, something that's absolutely free to run, and really wanting to invest into this as a content type for your live streams. I really would only recommend you purchase this kind of kit if you are serious about making a proper investment for your channel and improving the quality and stability of your IRL streams. Okay, so I have all the pieces of kit here around me that you need to build one of these gunrun or IRL backpacks.
What's up,
I'm gonna
L
go
thing?
through each piece of the kit, explain exactly what it does.
Hello, L. And what is that emote? The gritty goose. Oh, I know what I've heard of the gritty. Jesus, man. It's kind of sad to have to acknowledge that you're old, you know? Unfortunately, I'm not young and hip with it. But thank you for sending that gritty goose my way. Elle, you said on your way out to look at birds, but it's raining. Ooh, that's the best. Man, I just saw a really cool photo of a bird that was shielding its babies from the rain. And the way that the bird like spread out its wings, it created like a perfect umbrella. And you can see the water droplets all over and protecting the three birds underneath. Maybe it's AI. Actually, let's see. Bird protects baby chicks from water. Why did I say water? From rain. I mean, it was kind of like this one, but it looked cooler. Anyways, who cares, right? Well, that one's just weird. Man, this is so, as much as I think AI is super cool in so many different ways, or it opens up so many opportunities, it is kind of annoying nowadays where it's like, if you look up any image or video, now it's like you have to second guess or triple guess. Is this AI or is this real? So like, how the hell am I supposed to know if this is real or not these days? So, sad days. Photo, you said, of course the link broke, just copy paste it. Oh, let me see what you said. Here's a source of most of mine and Maple's knowledge. And L, you said it's perfect overcast here, so no shadows. Nice, nice. By the way, L, we have made some changes to the stream scene here. So I kind of like tried to simplify a few things. There's a big gap over on the bottom left of the scene where I'm trying to figure, I just ran out of time, but I'll probably put something there in terms of like plugging myself or like some looping social media icons. I haven't figured that out yet. Once we do get Musicbed set up, because I do want to proceed with them, and I should be able to hear back now that it's a Monday. I also want to have like a widget here that kind of shows whatever music that I'm playing, so you guys can see that as well, on like in the bottom left probably. And we got our 2 cameras set up now. So right now it's empty. We got an empty nest over here, but next time Nala chills on this bed, we now have a proper camera. I got my Nikon ZR shooting over into this area with the 24-70 2.8 lens, and then eventually we'll swap out the Logitech camera that I'm using here with like a proper mirrorless for this view. So anyways, those are just some fun changes I was doing on the side. Okay, so Photo Elite, you sent me a link for Cliff Creates. Let me go check that out. Cliff Creek. Oh, what the hell?
Absolutely blown up on Twitch over the last couple of years, with streamers wanting to break up their usual.
If you see my other videos and thought, this is cool, but I just want a simple, easy way to do in real life live streams, then this is the video for you. Today I'm going to share
Easiest setup for IRL live streaming. I'm assuming that's the one I should be checking out. Ultimate IRL live streaming guide. Oh, I've heard this word, Bella Box. Okay, let's check this bad boy out.
here with your stripped down version of what I'd use when all else fails. You'll have a pretty decent IRL live streaming setup with some of the must-have features I talk about for IRL live streaming, like disconnect protection. Keep in mind, if this could do everything I wanted for IRL, I'd be doing it
Yo, I just saw Cyronius's name there.
like disconnect protection. Keep in mind, if
Nice. This is Cliff Creates. Does he have a Twitch that I should be following or something? Or I guess he's a YouTube streamer?
this could do everything I wanted for IRL, I'd be doing it all the time. So there's a reason why I have those other videos. More on that later. Okay, with that out of the way, you're going to need these 5 things. A decent Android or iPhone with good video, audio and stabilization, a selfie stick or tripod, a battery bank and cable to keep your phone charged, and maybe a wireless mic like this one. Also an unlimited mobile data plan, or enough for 1 GB of data for
Okay. So gear list. At the very least, I'll say iPhone. Wireless mic, which I guess I have the DJI Mic 2s for now. And I think my iPhone, I don't even know what year it is. Some kind of mobile data plan. Well, that's not really a gear, but yeah, so then I'll have a separate list for software, maybe. Software list. Mobile data plan. GB plus.
every hour that you live stream. And that's your IRL live streaming gear in a nutshell. Next up, download Streamlabs Mobile from Google Play or the App Store. We're going with this app because it's available for iPhone and Android and does most of what we want for IRL live streaming. The default stream settings should be fine, but just for reference, I have mine set to 1080p 30 frames per second with a maximum bitrate of 3500 kilobits per second. In the scene settings, I've added a new scene and changed some of the widget 500 kilobits per second. P 30 frames per second with a maximum bitrate of 3500 kilobits.
Okay, yeah, I guess maybe I'll just put it within here. Or no. I'll need another list for stream settings. So then here we would say 1080p 30 FPS most likely. Max video bitrate 3500 kbps question mark. Audio bitrate Photo, you said the Bella box is what Maple and Cyronius use to get stuff from. The pictures they take is sent to it, and then that in turn sends it to their home PC showing the images. Okay. But is that Bella box? So then, do they not use that Live U thing? And what's the reason for it? Because I feel like everything just in my cursory search, it seems like that Live U is like the top choice. Bella box. How do you spell Bella box? Oh, nice. Or are they completely separate? Like you would need both or something. It's a software package for turning boards. Oh, Jesus. I don't know the first thing about this kind of stuff. For outdoor IRL stream using 3, 4, 5G mobile connections. Oh, yeah. Photo, can I ask you, do you know much about Starlink? Like, would we... It's better and homemade? Okay. How would Starlink work with this? So let's say if I have to hook up a Starlink to get... Because, you know, for some of my travels, it might be like super remote locations. But if I'm able to get onto Wi-Fi, I'm assuming I should be able to stream, right? So like, because these things are talking about mobile data plans, but let's say if you're in an area where there's zero coverage, like cellular network coverage, but if you have Wi-Fi, I'm assuming you should be fine, right? Let me just write that as a question. Mobile, I don't know, cellular connection versus Wi-Fi connection. Starlink question mark, although I guess that's more of a hardware.
Hi everyone.
Okay, I'm bouncing around too much here.
Per second. In the scene settings, I've added a new scene and changed some of the widgets to hidden on stream. This way I can see them on my phone screen without them being shown to my viewers. After you've gone through and tweaked the settings, scenes and widgets, go back to the main app page with the Go Live button. There should be a way to flip the camera back and forth, mute, unmute the mic, turn on or off the live chat window which is not visible to your stream, switch scenes and more. When you're ready, tap on the Go Live button and follow the steps to stream to Facebook, Twitch or YouTube. Finally, let's quickly cover disconnect protection and how it works in Streamlabs Mobile. Normally this is a premium only feature as part of their Ultra subscription service, but I'm going to show you how to redeem it for free. But as a brand new user, you'll have to go live at least once with the Streamlabs Mobile app before you can do that. Okay, let's open the app and go to the settings menu. Streamlabs Mobile has a reward system where you can earn points just by using the app. In the Tasks tab, it's 100 points to go live, 250 points when you get 5 viewers and so on.
Depends on the speed of the connection. At 1080, you're pushing a lot of data through, and slow uploads will kill that. Okay, so that's another question then. How strong does the cellular or Wi-Fi connection have to be for stable streaming at 1080p 30 fps? This could be a question for, let's ask this to Amber as well. Hello Amber, I got a quick question about in real life streaming or IRL streaming. Now, it seems like in order to stream IRL, you have to have a good network connection in addition to all the streaming softwares and the power situation and your cameras and audio and stuff. Now, when it comes to the connection on the network side, let's say if you didn't have a mobile connection or like a mobile cellular coverage, but you had Wi-Fi, how strong does that Wi-Fi need to be in order to be streaming while you're, outdoors, IRL? If your streaming output is around 1080p 30 frames per second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you get some good shots,
For
Elle?
IRO streaming at about 1080p and 30 frames per second, the main thing is you want a pretty stable and decently fast upload speed. Usually you want at least a good few megabits per second of upload, maybe around 5 Mbps as a comfortable minimum. If your Wi-Fi can provide that consistently, you should be in pretty good shape. Of course, if you have a bit more, like 8 or 10 Mbps upload speed, then you'll have more headroom and a more stable stream. But in general, as long as your Wi-Fi is stable and giving you a few megabits up, you should be all set for IRL streaming outdoors.
If you have multiple cameras that you're either switching between while streaming or showing multiple at the same time, does that then cause more of a bandwidth issue? Like, do you need to have stronger connection, or does that have no relations whatsoever in terms of the number of cameras you're using in a stream?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it does actually have a bit of a relationship to the bandwidth. If you're switching between multiple cameras, but you're still only sending out one stream at a time, like you're just cutting from camera A to camera B in a single feed, then your bandwidth needs don't really change. You're still just streaming one 1080p feed, for example. But if you're actually showing multiple cameras on screen at the same time, like picture in picture or multiple angles all simultaneously, that can increase the amount of data you're sending out. In that case, it's like you're encoding more visual information at once, and you probably want a stronger connection to handle that smoothly. So in short, if it's just switching between cameras one at a time, no big change in bandwidth, but if you're layering multiple feeds together, then yeah, you'd want more upload speed to keep everything stable.
You say more, but like, what does that actually mean? Like, so instead of aiming for 5 Mbps, should I be aiming for double that? Or, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So if
You
you're
just
going to
need
be
the output
layering
screen to
multiple camera
be
feeds
the
at
same
once,
mostly, says
a
Elle.
good rule of thumb is to at least double that baseline. So if we set about 5 Mbps as a comfortable minimum for a single 1080p feed, then maybe aiming for around 10 Mbps or a bit more is a safer bet if you want to have multiple feeds showing at the same time. That way you just have that extra headroom and you're less likely to run into buffering or quality drops.
Okay. 6 to 12, you would say, photo. And then Elle, you said still on my way to the location. Just got a call from my mom because she stopped my walking from her car. Okay. Basically, she distracted you. I got you. But you would need the output screen to be the same mostly. She spotted me. Gotcha. Okay. And let me just write that. So 6 to 12. Potentially, if I have multiple cameras, aim for 6 to 12 Mbps. Okay, then let's ask the question of Starlink. Then I'll just Google it as well. So with Starlink, if I used Starlink on my outdoor IRL streaming, what is the Mbps that is available to use in remote locations?
Yeah, definitely. So if you're thinking about using Starlink for your IRL streaming, the speeds can vary a bit depending on exactly where you are, but generally you can expect pretty solid bandwidth in remote areas. Usually Starlink can offer anywhere from around 25 to even over 100 Mbps download, and upload speeds can often be in that 10 to 20 Mbps range. So in other words, that's actually plenty for a stable 1080p IRL stream with comargin. It can fluctuate a little, but you should have a decent amount of bandwidth to work with in most remote places.
How stable is Starlink? So it's great if it's saying on average it gets to that level, but does it ever seem to like dip, or would it ever just cut out entirely for a while and then come back in? Like, is it a very spotty connection, or is it generally speaking fairly strong throughout?
Yeah, that's a really good thing to consider. So with Starlink, it's generally pretty stable overall, and a lot of people do use it for things like streaming or video calls. But it can have occasional dips or brief interruptions, especially if you're in an area where there might be obstructions like trees or buildings, or if the satellite coverage is still kind of optimizing. Usually it's not super spotty to the point where it just disappears for long periods, but you might see occasional little blicks, what are the speed dips, or there's a brief reconnection. Overall, though, it tends to be fairly strong and definitely usable for IRL streaming, as long as you're okay with a little bit of variability here and there.
L says, currently walking through a park a third the size of Central Park in NYC, but the city is 1/16 of the population. Damn. I feel like okay, maybe this is out of ignorance, but I feel like Europe does a better job of city or like balancing a bit of nature with the city, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just pulling this from random things I saw. Because I feel like a lot of the US, we have our city vibes and there's like barely any greenery. Sure, you'll have a few trees here and there, but it's generally like kind of just a concrete jungle, right? Whereas I have this like assumption of parts of Europe where it's just going to be straight up, yo, what's up, Honyasu? Thank you very much, Honyasu. I appreciate the raid, and thanks for being here. I still don't know why that double alert goes off, but yo, shout out to Honyasu. Oh, can I use the little shout out thing? Shout out. I don't know if this will work, because if I say Honyasu, will it recognize your name? Because I see it as like a Japanese name, right? What if I copy? Oh, no, it worked. Okay. Well, let's see. Shout out to Honyasu for an awesome mix of art vibes, live photo edits, and cosplay build showcases. Dive into creative streams that blend virtual avatars, photography journeys, and hands-on design. Catch that energy, chat is buzzing, and the setups are inspiring. I like that. I like that little brief. Thank you for the raid, Honyasu. Hopefully you're doing well. I've started my stream about an hour or so ago. And we're just doing the same thing, nothing crazy with it. We're editing some more footages in Dehancer. And then separately, I was mentioning I have updated my editing scene. So my OBS is slightly more clean, I hope, in terms of the look and feel. We do have now 2 cat cameras that are above me that we'll be able to play between. Right now it's empty. We have our empty nest over here. But eventually, once Nala comes out and over here and hangs out with us, we should be able to, and then I can even punch in. So I've got my 24 to 70 lens put in here so we can have a nice little portraiture of Nala. And of course, don't forget Kimbap just chilling over there, sleeping away. But thank you. Thanks for the shout out. Well, listen, thanks for the raid. That's the least I can do. Oh no, you gambled it all, L. You know what? I appreciate that mindset though. Sometimes you gotta go big. 1/16 is generous, isn't it? The entire population of Denmark is like 6 million, and New York City is over 8 million? Huh. Okay, so we just finished this guy in terms of the before and after. I guess we're not done yet. I forgot to apply. Let's apply a little bit of that film grain look and the halation and the bloom. So now, this is the official before and after. So we got before, and we got after. Cool. All right, let's move on to the next shot we have here of this. I believe it's called a macaw. I should know this. Whoops. Oh, I don't want to minimize that. Ugh, come on. Give me back my thing. There it is. Macaw. Yes, cool. So we got our little macaw over here. So this could be fun to edit. So let's just increase the exposure just a bit, or just lift it. And then it's a bit overexposed. So let's see what we can do. Okay, something like this maybe. All right, so let's say this is roughly good to go as a balanced shot. So now let's get into the Dehancer effects. Oh, Elle's got a tough question for us, but let me just catch up. Oh, you guys are arguing about some European shit. Something about Java Island is 72 million. That's a fairly large place than by Danish standards. What is Danish standards? Top 5. Would you rather have a 120 to 300 f2.8, that's 7 pounds, or a 1 to 400 4 to 6.3, that's 2 pounds? I would go for the 120 to 300. Because we got them big guns, you know? So 7 pounds, psh, no issues whatsoever. Oh, but no, I mean, like for me, the f2.8, oof, I like, if I can have all my lenses, if you had to just choose one aperture, I feel like 2.8 is probably the best of the best balance for everything in terms of weight, the quality, you know. I would say 2.8 is one I'd be happy with. Photo says to Honyasu, it's all a matter of perspective. Denmark is like an afterthought of a country. Ooh, interesting. Choice words there. Nobody really knew what to do with them, so they just said, F it, have a go at making your own country. Nice. Oh, wait, yeah, L. Yeah, 4 times the price difference. Well, when you put it that way, then it's a question of if it's 4 times the cost, but is it at least 4 times the quality? 100 to 400. And I guess also the question is, what lens do you have in that range already that kind of serves a purpose? All right, let's quickly choose which stock profile we want. This one's not bad. It feels a bit more natural, I guess. This one is okay in terms of the... I like the reds on this one. Fuji Chrome. I don't like the background as much. It's a bit more, I don't know, muddy, I guess. This one's got a faded look, which is not the worst. This one is back to like my style. So yes, of course, it's the Fuji Color 100. So a bit more of that monotone style. I like this one. Kodak Aero Color 4125. That's another one that we keep leaning on or landing on, so. Fighting words on the chat. You're just jealous because you're Swedish. I still need to go to Sweden. Have I been to have I been to Denmark? I don't think I've ever been to Denmark. So I feel like I need to do both places. Where's my freaking mouse? There you are. So this Kodak Aero Color 4 is really good. This one's not bad. Basically, I'm just trying to find something where it retains the red of the parrot, but then also retains a bit of like slightly greenish, or like not a muddy or not a pukey color to the trees in the background. So I think my answer for this one is the Kodak Aero Color 4. Yeah, this one. Go to Norway instead. Yeah, listen, we had, who do we got? We have our Kavaitsu in the chat, and we met a bunch of Norwegians, but they were trying to convince me to go to Norway for the dog sledding. So I would love to make like a short film about the dog sledding culture. And then supposedly Norway also has the reindeer tribe. Actually, let's just double check that. Norway reindeer tribe. Because obviously I want to go to Mongolia for this, but then we can travel to other locations and like do a whole thing on people who hang out with reindeers, you know? The reindeer herding tribe in Norway is the Sami people. Yeah, so I think this would be really fun to visit. And then the question, I guess, would be like, are there tribes in other countries then? So we got Norway, we got Mongolia, Finland, reindeer tribe. Amber, if I wanted to make a film, like a documentary film about reindeer tribes, now I know there are tribes in Mongolia and there are tribes in Norway. Are there other countries where I should consider visiting if I want a comprehensive documentary that kind of compares and contrasts, or just kind of showcases the distinctions between these cultural, these cultures, let's say?
Absolutely. That sounds like such a cool documentary concept. So besides Mongolia and Norway, which are definitely well known for reindeer herding cultures, you might also want to look into the indigenous communities in places like Finland and Sweden, because the Sami people there also have a long tradition of reindeer herding. And even Russia, particularly in Siberia, has a lot of reindeer herding peoples like the Nenets. So if you include those regions, kind of the Arctic parts of Scandinavia and parts of Russia, you'll get a really nice comprehensive view of different reindeer cultures. Each of them has their own unique spin, traditions, and ways of life, and that can make your documentary really rich and interesting.
All the fjords, this is true. And more fjords is what Elle said. Skagen Grennen after Copenhagen is basically the biggest tourist spot because of that exact thing. Imagine the money needed to go there. Yeah, man, Europe is just way too expensive. Or like all those Scandinavian countries. Wait, is Iceland part of Scandinavia? I don't know. I feel like all those places are expensive. The Sami is the OG reindeer people in Sweden, Norway, and Finland. We also have an area called Cold Hawaii because of the surfing waves. The Sami people go through both Norway. Yeah, so basically what I need to figure out is which of these countries is the best one to have the best Sami authentic experience. So if the Sami people exist across Norway, Sweden, and Finland, and if I could only visit one of those countries, let's say, if I had to prioritize one of those three countries to have the best representation of the authentic culture of the Sami people, which of those countries would you suggest I visit?
Yeah, that's a really interesting choice to make. I mean, all three countries, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, have vibrant Sami communities, but if you had to pick just one for a really strong representation, you might lean towards Norway. And the reason is that Norway has some really well-established Sami cultural institutions, and there's a lot of visible Sami cultural life there, things like museums, cultural centers, festivals. You can get a really good deep dive into the heritage. And of course, you'll still find a lot of reindeer herding and a lot of traditional practices. So if you have to pick just one, Norway might give you that really comprehensive snapshot, but honestly, any of the three would be a great choice.
Keep in mind, I mean, I think festivals and museums and stuff are fine and all, but most likely it's it's where I just want to spend time with the tribes. So, living with them for a number of days or weeks, and then also being able to document their way of life. So ideally, I would just want to have that experience where I can have the opportunity to really actually see like what the authentic culture is like of the Sami traditions, let's say.
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. So if you're really focusing on actually living with the community and getting that on the ground experience with the herding lifestyle, then I think any of those countries could still work. But Norway still does have a lot of areas where you can go and spend time with Sami reindeer herders in more rural settings. You can also consider Finland because there are areas in Finnish Lapland where you might find a little less tourism and a more day-to-day authentic experience. So it really depends on where you can connect with a community that's open to hosting you. But either way, you'll definitely get that deep cultural immersion if you're actually spending time living alongside the herders themselves.
Now, someone in the chat is saying I can basically just go to all three, that it's not actually that difficult because you can just walk from Sweden to Finland and Norway. And then that Sweden is honestly the easiest one to get to. So, okay, in a world where I do want to go through all three countries, how feasible is that? And how much time would you think needs to be set aside if I want to do a documentary documenting, I guess, the differences then of some of the Sami people as I hop from one country to the next?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a pretty fun idea. I mean, you can actually travel between those regions relatively easily because they're all part of that same northern area. It's not like you have to walk the whole way, but you can definitely cross borders pretty easily. And Sweden is indeed a good starting point if that's convenient for you. In terms of how much time you might want to set aside, I'd say if you're doing a documentary that really dives into the differences and you want to spend meaningful time in each place, you might want at least a few weeks, maybe a couple of weeks in each country if you can manage it, or at least a week or so in each place to really get a feel for the local nuances. That way you're not rushing and you can actually capture those authentic moments. But yeah, it's definitely feasible to do a multi-country journey and stitch together those cultural differences into one big project.
Can I cross those countries on reindeer? Do the Sami tribes do like migrations across borders?
Yeah, so that is a super fun image. In reality, the Sami do indeed have traditional migrations where they move their reindeer seasonally. And historically, those migrations did cross what are now modern national borders. Nowadays, though, it's a little more regulated and a lot of the herding routes are more within each country's borders. So you're probably not going to be able to just hop on a reindeer and cross from Norway to Sweden to Finland all in one go. But the idea of joining a Sami herding family for a migration season within one of those countries is definitely possible, and you get that real authentic on the ground experience. It just might not be a cross-border reindeer trek. So it's a fun thought, but logistically you'll probably be working within one country at a time.
Okay. Some thoughts. Iceland is Nordic. Okay, so then what is Nordic and what is Scandinavian? Okay, you know what? That's another question for ChatGPT. What are the Nordic countries and what are the Scandinavian countries?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good distinction. So when people say the Nordic countries, they're usually talking about a group that includes Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden. And sometimes you'll also hear about the Faroe Islands and Greenland being included as part of the Nordics because they're part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Now, when we say Scandinavian countries in the more traditional sense, we're typically talking about Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Those three are the core Scandinavian countries. So basically, all of Scandinavia is in the Nordics, but not all of the Nordics are just Scandinavia, if that makes sense.
Hold on, I missed that last part. So you're saying all of Scandinavia, all the Scandinavian countries are part of the Nordic region, but not all the Nordic countries are part of Scandinavia?
Yeah, exactly. So you've got it. Basically, all the Scandinavian countries, which are Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, are indeed part of the Nordic region. But the Nordic region is a little bigger. It also includes Finland and Iceland and sometimes territories like Greenland. So yeah, you got it right. All of Scandinavia is Nordic, but not all Nordic countries are just those.
Basically, you guys get to see how my American education system has failed me. It's not my fault, it's the education system. My brain be very good, okay? It's super duper good, super big. Not my fault. Sweden would be the cheapest to stay in. Okay, that's something to keep in mind. Well, my goal is like, I need to pitch these projects to get a budget, you know? You want to go to that lake with a round bridge? A round bridge. You failed as a Dane, going to Sweden in February to go to the Branas. Hoping for Norway in 2027. Yeah, I know some people who are going to, is it Iceland, right? I think for like the Aurora Borealis. And man, those, I was lucky to see the Northern Lights from my plane when I was flying between, I think it's when I first moved to Dubai. So when I first moved to Dubai, my company flew me out, and it was like a company policy that for flights over X amount of hours internationally, you get automatically upgraded to business class. So going from the West Coast all the way to Dubai is like 16 hours. And they flew me in business on the Emirates flight. My God, it's amazing because you have like a little bar in the background. You can just walk around, get drinks. Anyways, amazing experience. But one of the the cabin crew noticed my camera. And so she woke me up at one point and told me like, oh, go into the lounge area and check out from the side. And from the side, all of a sudden, we're flying like through the Northern Lights. So I was able to get my camera set up. I didn't take the best photo because there's so much reflection and glare on the glass. But that was such a cool experience to be able to fly through the Northern Lights. But I would love to be able to see it properly in Iceland or Finland, maybe. Don't forget Svalbard. Oh yeah, we were chatting about however you pronounce that word. I would love to see the polar bears, but my understanding is that the rules have changed where it's harder now to get like close-ish shots of the polar bears because they've extended or doubled the distance or something that you can be around them. Svalbard doesn't count for Scandinavia though. The Nordic, yes. I know people go to Svalbard for the polar bears. However, I seem to recall someone saying that there was a recent rule change that made it more challenging if you wanted wildlife photography shots of the polar bears. Do you know what I'm talking about? Was it something about increasing the distance in terms of how close you can get to them, or what exactly was it?
Yeah, so that's right on the mark. As of early 2025, Svalbard like putting new rules that say you have to keep a certain distance from the polar bears. Basically, you have to stay about 300 meters away during certain months and 500 meters away in others. So it does mean you have to keep a bit more of a distance if you're doing wildlife photography, just to make sure you're not disturbing them. But yeah, that's the change that happened.
So at those distances, what would you suggest is the best focal length to get proper wildlife shots?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're dealing with that kind of distance, like 300 to 500 meters, you're definitely going to want a pretty long telephoto lens, usually something in the range of at least 400 millimeters or even 600 millimeters is going to give you a much better shot. If you have something like a 600 millimeter lens or even a prime lens with a teleconverter, that's going to let you get those nice close-up shots without disturbing the animals. So yeah, definitely reach for something in the 400 to 600 millimeter range or longer if you can, and you'll be in good shape.
Wow, Amber being so helpful. What's up, Mark? You've arrived at the forest now. Oh, nice. What did you say you're taking photos of again, El? Was it swans? Or did I... some kind of birds? I forget. Photo says there's a lake with a round bridge in the most northern part of Scandinavia, Norway, and Finland. That's called the... Okay. Well, I'm not going to even try to pronounce that, but let me Google that. You can literally walk, literally go around the bridge and you'll be able to walk between countries. Ooh, that sounds cool. Markman says, just hopped on. Did you get your ZR? Not yet. Not yet. I have a good relationship with Nikon, but not that good apparently. So we'll see. I am very hopeful because, Mark, as you can see now, I've got 2 cameras for my cats set up. So I actually am using my Nikon Z9 on my desktop right now, and I just have it pointed over at cat cam number 2 using my 24-70 2.8 lens. So that way we can punch in or zoom out as needed with my cat who is not here. So can you imagine how sad it'll be if my cats never use this and I spent all this time setting it up? It is what it is. But then ideally, I can swap out this lens, which actually it's not a lens, it's the Logitech 4K webcam. So then I would like to be able to set up, let's call it imagine if I had the Z6 III as the camera here. This one can stay as the Z9, possibly, just because the camera's so heavy. So I just rather have it set on the desk. It's fine. And then for our main camera, it would be the ZR. So then the ZR could just feed in directly for this one, and then boom, boom, boom. That's my current thoughts. Once I can receive that ZR. And I do have a Z6 camera as well, but you know, we want to try out all 3 of these guys. Z9 for cat camera is crazy. You know what? I've realized sometimes going overkill serves to, I think it can serve an interesting purpose, as now that I'm embracing the label of a content creator, as I do this quote unquote as a business, and like, you know, this is what I'm trying to make my livelihood off of. I think sometimes if you do overkill on the most random things, it just, you know, who would think to do that? So at least you can kind of stand out in the most absurd ways possible. So to have like, if I can even upgrade to the most craziest, whatever, the craziest lenses and the quality just to have a cat camera, why not? If I have the gear, why not? So imagine if I put like what if I put like a macro lens? I don't know what kind of lens would be like considered the most outrageous. Imagine if I set up my 400mm 2.8, which is up on the bookshelf. Imagine if I set that one up like in my bedroom. So maybe if like all the way out there is I just had the Z9 attached with the 400 2.8, and then it's just like zoomed in right to like my, I don't know, we can have fun with it, why not? Depends on, I guess I'm trying to learn a little bit, like I'm using 2 Camlink 4Ks to connect, so I would assume if I had something that far back you would need an HDMI cable that could reach, or I have no idea, it's probably not possible. But yes, Markman, hopefully you're having a good day. And I will let you know once I get that freaking ZR. Photo says all 3 borders connect there. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to check out. 3 country cairn. Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. A bit underwhelming. I don't know what I was expecting to see. But I guess it's more the fact of being able to cross or like be at 3 points, I guess. Oh, you know what? You know what this is like? There's a place in the US called the Four Corners. And so if you basically stand in one point, you could literally be in 4 different states at once. So I guess that's similar to here, where it's like, what do you have to do? You have to like be standing on top of this dome thing? Is that considered the connecting point? Yeah. I mean, the view looks nice, but the structure itself, and maybe just like the way these little grass things are popping up, I don't know. I could totally see myself like seeing this, stepping out of the car, taking a look at it, nodding, and be like, all right, let's go, and just proceed. But maybe it's like, you know what, I'm not tied to the culture and everything, so. Bring a Nikon 1200 or 1700, regular small birds if I spot them. Gotcha. Isn't it between the Norway? Yeah. That's why you want the 5D to get the 50 megapixel. Oh, okay. I would love to use an aperture less than 1, a 0.95. Wow. Yo, yeah. Maybe I can ask Nikon to let me borrow one of those lenses or something. What is a f58 millimeter? 58 might be a bit punched in though. f9.5. Wow. It comes with its own case. Don't tell me. The fastest Nikkor lens ever. Interesting. Yeah, if I have it at 58 millimeters, that's a little bit too much because I don't have enough space to put the camera back far enough. Or at least if I put it on my desk. But that could be interesting. Because like here, this is okay, let's see what 58 looks like. So this is roughly, I'm assuming, what 58 is. So if my cat was here, I mean, it could potentially look nice. But then with that 0.95 aperture, man, it would just be a bundle of blur more than anything. All right, where's my cat? I want to test this out. We were supposed to be watching a video about IRL streaming, so that is another key thing I'm trying to research right now.
In the Redeem tab, you'll see disconnect protection is 150 points, but, and this is important, this reward can only be redeemed 2 times a month. With that in mind, remember this as well, you can't redeem disconnect protection after you've gone live, you have to redeem it beforehand. So before starting your next stream, tap on the main menu button, Rewards, then the Redeem menu, scroll down and redeem Disconnect Protection. Go back to the main app page, tap on the Go Live button and follow the steps to start streaming. In summary, this is a decent entry-level setup for someone wanting to do a...
Okay, that's interesting. What's up, Nico? Says, hello, how are you? I'm doing very well, thank you. How was your, did you have your exam or something? I feel like you're always taking tests, man. What the hell? But yes, life is good. Just doing my normal stuff. Behind the scenes, I'm trying to... Yeah, there's a few opportunities or projects that I'm like trying to spin up. Ooh, I had a fun call yesterday at like midnight until 1. I think it was over an hour that I chatted. There was a couple that reached out to me about if I would organize a tour for them to Uganda. So like a private tour. And the wonderful couple... Fun conversation. One of them is a Canon photographer, although they said they haven't touched it in a while. So we'll see. If I end up organizing the tour for them and take them to Uganda, it'd be like for a couple weeks or next year. And my goal, my personal goal would be like, can I convince the dude to switch over to Nikon? I'll have 2 weeks to settle that, you know? Okay, I'm just blindly looking at this guy. What am I doing? Let's go ahead and drop this. Okay, something like this. I'm starving. Oh man. This one's nice. Haha, same thing. Fuji color 100. Almost 100% chance that I'm gonna like it. Stream vlog the whole journey. Nico, I'm not sure yet. Or like, the problem is, it just always depends on who I'm traveling with, right? Because obviously some people are not comfortable, reasonably so, being in front of a camera or being showcased on someone else's content. So those things I have to always be mindful of. Because, you know, this couple, they're not like, you know, they're not entertainers or they're not, you know, trying to do anything like that. They're not content creators themselves or influencers. So it would be weird for me to put them on the spot and be like, okay, now that we're starting our trip, you mind if I turn the camera on the whole time? Like, you know, mic you up and have you talk? I'm assuming for them, they just want to enjoy their experience, right? They want to experience Africa. Yeah, so... But it is Nico, that is something that I'm trying to figure out. So just I was starting at the start of the stream, I was looking into this a bit, and so shout out to Photo Elite was helping me out quite a bit just to understand the different technology involved. But one thing I want to look into is how do I set up like an IRL streaming rig. So for me, ideally, I would have something that's more robust. So especially because the places I travel to, they're oftentimes very remote, where you don't necessarily have good network connection. Because like, can you imagine? The coolest experience would be if I can somehow do an IRL stream in the jungles. Like, imagine confronting a silverback gorilla and actually being able to show that on stream. Chances of that actually happening are like almost like 0%. Just because in those forests, you already got really, really bad reception. But then also, you're in the dense canopies, so like even if you were trying to, I guess, get to network, it would just be very spotty. So but that's like the North Star of like, what would my IRL streaming content be, and like, you know, can we work our way up to that is my hope. So especially because now I have like good relationships with Nikon and a few of these like safari lodges, and given that I do travel all the time and I can do it myself, it is something that I'm starting to prepare for next year. So as we kick off next year and I try to figure out, you know, what it's like when I travel, I absolutely want to take you guys with me. So we'll see. This one is a bit tough to edit, just because there's like that bright sun, which kind of ends up looking pretty nasty for most of these guys. This one's like acceptable maybe. So we'll go with this one. Maybe the film compression will help. Let's see. Not really. Okay, this could be an interesting shot if we go a little crazy with it. Let's see. This one we might need to drop the color density just because of the sun in your face. Yeah, so I think there's one learning maybe. I should write this for the Dehancer stuff. Color grading, and it's not even just a Dehancer thing, but color grading more limited when editing monotone shots, e.g. sunrise/sunset shots of only warm tones. In my small sample size, I feel like it's not that you don't get good quality out of it, it's just like you're a bit more limited on the creative choices. So maybe I'll say that, more creatively limited. Okay, and let's stabilize this. Okay, where were we? Shot is good. Next one. Okay, let's see if I can just copy and paste this one. Oh wait, probably not, because we got a... Do we have a clean moment? Okay, so maybe from here. All right, let's see how this looks. Oh yeah, I needed to fix something from earlier. Hold on. I have a tendency to forget these things, so let me just do it now. So this one, I think we needed to switch the stabilization to perspective mode, because there's like we're like doing a side pan. So I think I noticed there's a bit of jitteriness when we were in the other mode. Let me see. Oh no, it's even worse here. All right, let's try the other one. Similarity. Okay, that wasn't like bad. Let's just go back to translation and double check. Yeah, I think the similarity is better. There's just like a little bit of like a like a vertical shaking that I see with the translation one. So let me fix it on this one as well. Okay, now we're good. Let's see if I can just copy this Dehancer effect over. Not bad. There we go. Save time. Interesting. Okay. Proceeding. We got grandma over here. Let's drop the exposure. Okay, that looks good. Everything else is fine. Let's see, how much of this do we want to keep? Probably don't need any of that part, so let's just do the walk. Just to there. I also need to work on the script. So many things to do. Ugh. Let's keep watching this one now.
Why it is needed to be able to run a successful and stable live stream outdoors, completely remote from any other internet connection. So let's get going. So
hold on. When it comes to the best quality for outdoor IRL streaming, what is the difference between Bella Box and Live U in terms of the streaming setup to use?
Yeah, definitely. So both the Bella Box and LiveU are pretty well-known options for outdoor IRL streaming, and they each have their own strengths. LiveU is kind of the big name in the industry. They've been around for a while, and they're known for really robust cellular bonding technology. That means they take multiple mobile connections, bond them together, and give you a really stable stream. So if you're moving around a lot and you need reliability, LiveU is a really solid choice. It's often used by professionals, broadcasters, that kind of thing. On the other hand, Bella Box is a bit more of a DIY, kind of flexible, open source-ish solution. It can be a little more customizable. Some people like it because you can kind of tweak it to your needs. It might be a little bit more budget friendly depending on how you set it up. And it also does bonding, but it's not as plug and play as LiveView. So if you like a little tinkering, Relibox can be great. If you want a more established, ready to go, super reliable professional solution, LiveView is often the choice.
But which one, at its best setup system, which one is the most reliable in terms of the network stability and connections?
Yeah, if we're talking about just pure reliability at its best, LiveView definitely has the edge there. It's really known for that. It's used by a lot of news broadcasters and professionals who need to make sure their connection just never drops. So in terms of having the most stable network bonding and the most reliable connection when you're out and about, LiveView is kind of the gold standard. Relibox is solid and flexible, but if you're aiming for the absolute most reliability, LiveView tends to win.
But you said for the Bella Box, or what are features that one has that the other doesn't, or which one has more robust features? Trying to figure out what the overlap is and what stands them apart from each other.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we look at the features that set them apart, LiveView really shine in terms of that professional grade reliability and their dedicated hardware. They have a lot of really robust bonding technology. They can handle multiple SIM cards very seamlessly, and they have really good support. It's kind of a turnkey solution. You get it, and it's pretty much ready to go. BellaBots, on the other hand, is a bit more of a do-it-yourself open platform, so it might have more flexibility if you like customizing things. You might be able to add your own software tweaks or change the way you handle the streams. It might be a bit more cost-effective if you're kind of building it yourself, and you might be able to integrate some features that are unique to your needs. So in terms of robust features, LiveView is definitely more robust right out of the box and has all the professional support. BellaBox is more flexible and customizable if you like that DIY approach.
Okay. I think Photo was the one that recommended BellaBox, and I think he said Maple and Cyronius use BellaBox as well. So obviously I take that to heart. Although ChatGPT is saying LiveView is a bit easier. So what's up, Mindful Grinds? Mindful Grinds says streaming and dreaming of travels and cool trips, that is. Morning here from Wisconsin. Well, thank you very much for hopping in. Good morning, Wisconsin. What is it, like super early for you right now? It is 7:30 p.m. for me, but thanks for being here. I do recognize your avatar. Yes, you sold your Sony A-Cam and ordered 2 ZRs. One is on the way this week. Yo, that is epic news. Epic. Now the question is, Mindful, did you decide to sell your Sony and order the 2 ZRs after watching my videos or listening to me about the ZR? Because I need that in writing so I can send it to the Nikon team. But do you know when you're receiving it? As for like an honest question. You don't have to respond to the first part. Do you know what the ETA is to get your cameras? Ooh, yeah. So here's another good example where that tonal range just makes the shot look so much better. Just like deepens the shot, obviously makes this subject stand out even more. And then, yeah, generally speaking, I tend to like the color density. All right, let's check out the print profile. This is the 2383. This is the Fuji. And then Dura. So I'm kind of leaning towards the Kodak. This one's got a bit more of a cooler tone to it, but I don't necessarily think it's necessary. Although maybe the blue tone kind of works nicely with the reds, so that maybe there's a bit more contrast here. I mean, to be honest, both look nice, right? Let's see. Mark, you said, did you keep your lenses and buy an adapter? Oh, Mindful, you said your short documentary literally played a huge part in my initial interest in the ZR. Sony is so great for autofocus, but man, that Nikon softness is something I missed from my Nikon days. My first digital photo camera was the D200, which I still have hanging on my shelf. Yo, nice. Well, thank you very much for that compliment. That absolutely is something I'm going to screenshot right now, so that I can, at some point, I want to see, like, I should create like a little compilation of any comments, even remotely positive about my influence on the ZR decisions, let's say, because I need to find a way to keep greasing the oils between myself and the Nikon execs, that hopefully they'll give me more projects and more opportunities, right? So, but thank you for letting me know. You said your first was the D200. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I've never really got to play with a bunch of vintage or like old school or whatever you want to call it, like a lot of the DSLRs or even like film cameras. Like my first entry was the Sony a6000, and then it went to a D810 from Nikon, then to a Nikon D850, to the Z6, to the Z9, to the Z6 III, and then hopefully soon the ZR. So I'm a more modern, I guess I went with a more modern approach. I did not have to go through the ropes of like proper photography with like, you know, where you need to know all the technical stuff, right? I was more of a, oh yeah, the camera does it for me and I just point and shoot. So now I'm trying to retroactively, I guess, but I'm trying my best to fill in the gaps in terms of my technical lack of knowledge. So if you've been checking any of the past, actually even since I started streaming really, but definitely in the past few weeks, I've been having a more concerted effort to consume some knowledge, make sure I understand the fundamentals a bit better. So yeah. So right now, by the way, Mindful, just to catch you up to speed in terms of what we're doing, I am working on a review for Dehancer. So Dehancer was one of those companies that reached out to me. They gave me access to use their product, and in return, they wanted me to provide an honest review. And so I've loved Dehancer so far, right? I loved it enough that I used it in that short documentary film that you referenced. And now I'm just trying to see what other footages can I test it on. So in the past few days, I've been editing a bunch of my footages from my travels in the past 2 years and trying to find different shots from like different, whatever, like different lighting conditions, whether it's people shots versus wildlife, low light, yeah, wide angles, close-up telephoto shots. And I've just been trying to see for each one, can I do the entire color grading process off of a single node for the most part with Dehancer. And so that's been our exercise and got some really cool results so far. Like I'm super, super happy with it. I think we're going to go with this Kodak 2383. And then we might just want to lift the blacks just a bit. Okay, we'll check it out now. Mindfully said, Nikon struggled with video, so I jumped over to Sony. Being able to travel into the wild in a smaller package like you did with the ZR, wildlife and conservation just fits Nikon better, I think. Oh, yeah. I would like to think so, but that's my only experience so far. But, man, it's... yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very excited with the reception to that film. Oh, yeah, by the way, Mindful, a few days ago, I actually got to see that documentary film on an IMAX theater screen. It was so insane. Yeah, it was just one of those experiences where it's like, I don't think anything will top it anytime soon. Just to be able to see your own production on like a big screen like that. Like, how many times could you even have that opportunity? So obviously this was a Nikon event. And so they had put my film and 2 other content creators' footages, because basically they reached out to 3 content creators in my Middle East African region to say like, hey, would you be willing to test out the ZR before it gets announced? blah blah blah, and then we all went out into the world to like try to see what we can do. So then they showcased all 3 of our films in the IMAX thing for like a launch event. So man, it was so cool. It was such an experience on IMAX. Yeah, well, you know, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure, not that I know the distinctions. My point is, it was a big ass screen, you know, like big ass. I don't know. Is there a bigger screen that I've ever watched a movie on? Hold on. Let me pop this open. Where was it? So just for, yeah, so this is the theater. So that was the size of the screen right there. That was massive. And then you'll see me in a second. Where am I? There I am. Look at me for a short second. This is my trip to Vietnam. I took a group of Nikon photographers. I think it was like 10 to 12 of them. And so I went there to like teach them like portrait photography, cultural shots, stuff like that. So it was a really fun trip. And then this is what it looked like on the screen.
Here, when the chimp approaches, then we leave.
And the audio sounded so clean, except for the voiceover audio. I think I messed that up a bit in terms of the conversion to that 5.1 audio something. So then like the audio would duck down a bit for the person's voice, but they salvaged it in a way that hopefully most people didn't notice.
Here is a lesson in balance. My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at the...
It was so cool. Oh man, I just can't. Yeah, hard to express, right? But it was definitely one of those, you have a moment once in your life type thing. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. It definitely motivated me. It like kicked me into, I don't know my metaphors, but it felt like I was ready to shift into the 5th gear or whatever it's called. Where I'm like, yo, I'm ready. I need to like, balls in my court. I gotta go see if I can do more films. Can I put a budget together? Can I put a crew together? Can I travel somewhere and just make another short film? Or like, you know, maybe it doesn't have to be so over the top. Maybe I just go out into the desert or do a local story out here in Dubai. You know, I mentioned like the falconers or like the Arabian horse, like the bond between, yeah, like some of the cultural things that are out here. So maybe I can start with that. But yeah, I'm super hyped. I'm ready. So, all right, this footage looks nice. It looks clean. Old lady, she didn't even know I was following her. I'm a primo stalker out there in the wild. Mindful, you said, I think we always nitpick our own stuff. I'm so totally happy for your project. It is truly inspiring. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I hope that, yeah, if I can inspire people, man, that's kind of the hope, right? So, yeah, actually, I gave that as one of my responses to them. I forget what, basically there was a Q&A session afterwards, which they did not tell me about. And so we had to go up to the stage or at the bottom of the theater, and then people in the crowd would just ask questions. So they threw a bunch of questions at me. But then one of my responses, I forget what it was in reference to, but I said like one of the key things that I always like to live by is to inspire and be inspired. But I think I butchered my answer a bit. But that's always been like one of the things that I like to think about, right? It's like, if I could live in this cycle of constantly inspiring other people in a positive way, but then in return, they're inspiring me to then also continue to inspire. And it's just like that would be like that's like a virtuous cycle. Or so that if I can live in that world, that's perfect. Okay, so now we got this other shot. Oh wait, are we done? Oh, I'm not done yet. Hold on. I forgot to add the a little bit of that film grain, the halation effect, and the bloom. There we go. Looking good. All right, now the next shot. So this one, we do need to trim it a bit. Or I guess we either trim it or we just use the beginning part. Let's see. Yeah, we'll use this part just because there's a bit of action going on. Hello, Dator, Guten Abend. How's it going? How's it going, Dator? L says, on my way home now, found nothing. It got so gray with rain. My camera wanted 25K ISO at 400 2.8. Oof. Yeah, that's a hefty bit of ISO there. Well, listen, it's what is it? It's about the attempt, right? What is that Evel Knievel quote? I get paid for the attempt. So the fact that you went out there is that's good on you already. Although you didn't get paid for it, so. Okay, so I think we just need probably just a moment like that. So let's cut the rest. Or maybe this part's good too. Okay. Let's slow it down. Yeah, something like this. Mindfully said, I find it so funny. I'm trying to sell my Sony FS3 or FS5 Mark II cameras still, but when I film on those in ProRes RAW, external to the Atomos, I love the softness of the images. Modern cameras, we are adding grain. Yeah, right? Well, to be fair, I feel like, and I've said this on the past few days of the stream, I'm applying the grain, but most of the time I kind of don't like the grain effect. I know it seems like that's the effect that most people want to go towards, but a lot of the shots where I apply the grain effect, I feel like I prefer the clarity almost. But I'm still applying it just to see if I can apply it across everything, and then I'll do a final rinse. I might end up creating one version without the grain, one with, and then ideally I'm trying to work with a video editor, so then I can send all of it to the editor and they can choose which version they like. $25K ISO hertz with APS-C DSLR. Nice. Let me have clinical sharpens for everything, but natural grain. Yeah. I don't know. Just there's like a few shots where the grain either ends up literally you can't even see the eye of the subject anymore. It just becomes all pixelated. But then also I wonder it's because I'm in slow motion, and maybe it's just in the preview mode where when you see the grain, it just looks a bit too much. But once I export it, perhaps it doesn't look as crazy. And to be fair, also I'm using a certain, like I'm using the 35mm ISO 250 grain size. And obviously they have other options for like the more fine grain, let's say. And maybe it is just a stylistic thing where while I'm using the 35, just because that seems like the standard or the one that a lot of people tend to use, it doesn't mean I need to follow their instructions, right? So I don't know. Mindful says, I honestly am not buying the ZRs for the R3D. Interesting. That is a bonus. I'm buying them for the ProRes and seeing that Nikon Japan listed a future firmware update for ProRes LT. I'm excited about that. Interesting. You're the first one to state that. Okay. Now keep in mind though, at least from my experience, the ProRes, okay, I don't know about the ProRes LT, but the ProRes RAW is like, what did I say? Like 2 to 3 times larger in size compared to like shooting in NRAW or R3D. You're using a film stock, of course you'll get grain. Yeah, but like I guess when obviously this is like an emulation software, right? So it's up to me what parts of the film emulation I want to keep. And so I'm kind of testing out Dehancer on 2 fronts. One is the color grading process, like in the creative sense, and then the other is like the film replication of like some of the other effects that they've got, right? So like the grain and the halation and bloom and stuff. So in some ways, I actually like Dehancer's ability to do the creative color grading, irrespective of any of those other film effects. So I'm like testing on those two fronts. So that's why like I don't necessarily feel like I need to apply the film grain, because like I see a world where you just use Dehancer for color grading support, right? Instead of having all the custom nodes and doing it through other like DCTLs or like the other tool, like, you know, whatever else is built into Dehancer, or sorry, DaVinci. I can see a world where you might just want to use Dehancer for your entire color grading procedure. And that's basically that's why I've been testing that, right? I've been like, okay, let's see, can I actually survive off of a single node for everything outside of the color correction to be done in Dehancer? And besides like maybe lifting the shadows after the shot gets a bit dark from my color grading, everything else has been successfully done here. So Mindful, you say ProRes RAW is huge, but I'm used to using ProRes RAW on my Sonys, but that is external. Okay. Yeah. ProRes is ridiculous too. I'd rather use NRAW normal. Yo, was it yesterday? No, the last stream. I forget who told me this, but someone told me that I could shoot in NRAW. There was like 2 versions of NRAW. I didn't know this. The whole time I thought I just had the only one version. So I was shooting in NRAW NLOG in like the highest quality, which is like, again, pretty big file size, although it's smaller than the ProRes by like a, you know, a wide margin. But apparently there's a setting for that. I didn't realize. I need to check it out. Do you want to see how sad Denmark is today? Yeah, Elle, if you have some photos, please share it. Oh, should I upgrade to the Discord Nitro? Like, what are the benefits of that? The main thing I want from Discord is like when people, obviously like within the community and all that kind of stuff, but if people want to join, hop into like a voice call, I need to figure out that whole plugin or the thing so that the people's avatar shows up on my OBS. And then I want to figure out, can I create those flares or those little icons for, I don't know if it would show up on stream, but I think it would work within Discord, where if I give a questionnaire at the beginning, so if you hop into the stream and there's a questionnaire, are you a Canon, Nikon, Leica, or like you tell me which brand is your camera brand, and then that would insert a little badge flare icon next to your name within my Discord community or in the chat. I think that should be possible. And then the question is, can you then have that show up within the stream itself? So if people, you know, if you're watching the stream, you would see people's names and you could actually see the little, whatever the logo or icon is created for each of the brands. I really want to do that. And I don't know the technical way to achieve it. Which of these do I like the most? I'm not sure. These faded ones look good. A lot of these look somewhat similar to me, actually. Hold on, I missed a few things. Mindful says ProRes LT is not RAW though. Okay. It is about 300 MB compared to the 1900 Mbps you get on the R3D. ProRes LT gives you a really good codec compared to H.265 to work with while saving file size. Interesting. Okay, that's a good thing to know then. I'll have to keep that in the back of my mind. The ZR, and also now that DaVinci, I believe in the latest DaVinci firmware, it reads ProRes files now, I think. ZR will do 422 HQ and eventually ProRes LT. Both are better than 265, but they are not RAW. Just a better format, in my opinion, for editing. Interesting. Yeah, I would like that in between example. L, you said just in Hangout. Who else but me says hello from the Kick side? Yo, well, thank you very much for saying hi from Kick. Mindful says, I can edit ProRes 4:2 and 4K DCI. Multiple camera angles. Hold on, let me get off of this one. I'm not a fan of black and whites, or I don't know enough to do proper black and white shots. I'm kind of torn on this one. I'm not feeling one or the other. This one's not bad. But I feel like I should go with one that's a bit more of a faded color look as opposed to a depth one, because we're getting like a little bit of a sunlight coming through from the top. So I kind of want something that extends the fade across everything as opposed to deepens everything. So you can edit 4:2 and 4K DCI, multiple camera angles, in full readout on an old 2019 MacBook Pro. That is a big difference compared to a 254, which is so compressed. Okay. L, you said, I can help you set that up in 5 minutes total or less. Whoa, okay, okay. And do I need nitro for that? Mark says, NRAW has high and normal. Normal is small file size. Yeah, I guess I didn't play with that. So that's why in theory, I think Nikon could do a R3D normal. Yeah, someone was mentioning that in my previous stream about like, hey, I can't wait. I'm hoping that Nikon will create an R3D, like, yeah, what you said, like a normal size or the smaller size. Because R3D is the same size as NRAW. Exactly, yeah. That would be amazing. Yeah, so you're not alone, Mark, unless you were the same person who said that to me a couple days ago. What's up, Troy? Hello, Troy. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being on the YouTube side of things. L says, H.265 isn't made for recording, it's optimized for playback, and it's from 2007. The hashtag Hangout channel is Discord. Oh, you sent it there? Okay. Found you on the art category, so I thought I'd pop in and be nosy. Well, thank you very much. Who else but me? Let me give a quick intro, and then feel free, if you'd like to, join our Discord, because I am looking to collect artists, okay? So whether you're a photographer, illustrator, videographer, editor, content creator, we do have a Discord, and people can share their photos or videos and stuff like that. So L just shared a photo to represent how depressing Denmark is right now. Is that what you said? How sad Denmark looks today. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, let's check it out. And for who else but me, just to give you that quick little intro, that does look pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie. But I kind of wish I was out there. Because, man, I love the rain. I love when it's cool temperatures more than when it's hot like it is in Dubai. Who else but me? Just for you. Who is this intro for? But for you. Who else but me? You said, I wouldn't say I was an artist anymore. I hung up my lens a few years back, so I just play art games now. Hey, listen. Once an artist, always an artist, I guess you can say, right? It's a state of mind. Troy said, I'll take the rain. We got nothing. Yeah, I'll take the rain all the time. So who else but me? If I can give a quick intro to who I am. Basically, I'm a photographer first, although that's shifted. So I started in photography mainly for travel, and then I shifted more into a focus of wildlife photography in the past 4 to 5 years. And then in the past 2 to 3 years, I started moving towards videography. And then I started my YouTube channel about a year and a half ago. Whoa, that was wow, the sound was like crazy on that one. Thank you very much. Who else but me for following? Yes, we're gonna slowly but surely build out that Kick community, okay? But yeah, so I started my YouTube channel, so a lot of my focus has been traveling the world and starting to prioritize filming everything. And since I started my live stream 3 months ago, so we're on day 87. This is my 87th multi-stream across YouTube, Twitch, Kick. I've been using that to kind of share the behind the scenes of how do I edit my videos for YouTube, how do I edit my photos, just like the creative process, and then hopefully learning from other creative people on how to improve my skills as well as share my knowledge as well. So that's essentially what's been happening on my daily streams. And I do usually try to stream every day around 5 to 7 hours, let's say. And yeah, the whole time is just mainly trying to figure out how can we get better at our craft. So right now I'm more in video editing mode versus photo editing. So these are some of the footages that I had edited so far. Right now we're testing a software called Dehancer. And so Dehancer is like a film emulation software, but I'm testing to see how can it help me with my color grading process. So everything you see here is the before and then after using this third-party software. Yeah, before and after. And so these are just shots that I've taken from around the world, from my trips, my adventures, whatever you want to call it. And so I've had a very blessed life in the sense that, yeah, I worked hard for everything, of course. But as an American with my beautiful U.S. passport, I can travel to most places in the world fairly easily. Now, what sucks is that I had to pay taxes to that country. How dare I? Even though I don't even live there anymore, right? 8 degrees Celsius. Oh, that sounds good. Didn't you also stream before that? Before what? I only started streaming in like, I think it started in August is when we started, right? And the whole time since I started streaming, it was really just showing the behind the scenes of how I edit. So day 1 of my live stream, and up until I think it was like day 20 something, is when we worked on Mongolia episode 1. So that was where I was working on my travel vlog from a trip from like a year and a half or 2 years ago, which was to Mongolia. And I do want to catch back up on those kinds of shots and stories. But we got a bit sidetracked with the whole Nikon ZR release, because obviously I was able to shoot with it and I made a film, and so a lot of the past 2 months has just been like really focusing on the ZR. But now we're slowly trying to get back into, you know, sharing my stories from around the world, from different adventures that I've been on. So this is Vietnam. Who else but me says your angles look wonderful, so calming. Thank you. When you say angles, are you talking about the composition of these shots? If so, I appreciate that. I mean, I appreciate your compliment either way. But one of the things I'm trying to learn over time is what are those proper techniques for shooting? Like, what are the compositions that people look for as filmmakers? What, yeah, like the angles and, you know, things like that. So it's an area that I'm trying to constantly improve and just make it second nature. If you're talking about angles in the sense of like how my live stream setup is, I accept that as well. Same thing, this is from Vietnam. So got train passing, looking into the camera, before and after. This one was just kind of meh. So this is what the comments I mentioned, where it's like if you have a very monotone shot, or in this case just only warm tones, I feel like Dehancer, it still works really well, but you end up with less creative flexibility in terms of the results. So there's another one. Then we did some of the wildlife, right? So again, same thing. We had the gorilla. Now here's a leopard, and showing the before and after, and you know, we got the entire color grading done with just Dehancer. Yo, what's up, low bass? I just remember someone like you, the multi-stream started. Yeah, I started multi-streaming from day 1. I was like, might as well go off the deep end and see what can we achieve. Low bass. I mentioned briefly that that thing that we keep talking about that I haven't done, which is reaching out to you about how to set up those badge flares, or like have a questionnaire in the Discord. And if people say they're like Team Leica, Canon, Nikon, whatever, creating like a custom little icon for them. Elle says she can do that. I keep saying she. Elle said he can do that for me in like 5 minutes though. So yeah, these are some of the shots. Again, using Dehancer to show you the before and afters. But yeah. So then who else but me? You said, sorry, composition. I've not had to think in technical terms in years. No worries. I'm learning those technical terms now. So the other reason I'm kind of doing this exercise right now is because I'm working on that review for Dehancer. So they had given me access to their software for free for a limited time, I believe. Although maybe I should push, or I have to double check if it expires. But basically, they get me access to use this product. And in return, all they wanted was for me to provide an honest feedback, honest review. So I'm working on putting a review video for my YouTube channel, and so this is kind of some of the shots that I think I'll use as part of that video, where I'll put a whole montage together, where it's like all of this was shot on Dehancer or edited with Dehancer. And then we'll get into the nitty gritty of it, where I kind of break down the features, what were my favorite features, how do I edit with Dehancer, some feedback, you know, like things that they can improve perhaps. And hopefully I'll be able to share some of these LUTs as well for people to download if they want to use it. And if you want to download Dehancer, if you want to pay for Dehancer, make sure to use my promo code Yobel Prize, one word. Actually, let me pop that in the chat. What was it? !Dehancer. But yes, thank you, who else but me, for being here. Also, let me take this moment. Hello, Violet. Violet Band's in the chat. Thanks for saying hi. Hold on. Who else but me says, so Dehancer is removing the noise? Is it also lightening it too, or is that you're grading over it? Oh yeah, you're seeing it the opposite way. I'm adding the noise because essentially it's emulating that film look. So it's like trying to emulate a bunch of the different film cameras from back in the day. So even a shot like this is the before. So this is just like how my camera shot it, where I've just done some simple color corrections. And then usually when it comes to like, how can I make this more creative? How can I make it something more distinct? Then I start playing around with the different profiles within Dehancer, some of the different features and settings to end up getting a different type of look and feel. So I've been testing a lot of like this grainy shot feature. So it's like I'm artificially applying that grain effect to give it more of that vintage film kind of style to it. And I was having this conversation maybe right before you hopped in, where I was like saying, personally, I feel like some of the shots, the grain looks nice. And then other shots, I feel like it's a bit much. So I'm going to see how it looks ultimately by the end of this. But the grain doesn't look too bad in these like low light situations though. But you know what? It's just a hit or miss. Sometimes I feel like it looks really good. Other times I'm like, you know what? I prefer the clean shots without the grain. It's the same thing. These are the before and afters. Violet. Hello, hello. Hopefully you're having a good day, Violet. Who else but me says, oh, okay, I was thinking it was making it super clean and doing a great job. Well, listen, I will say, so these were all shot with my Nikon cameras in NRAW. And I do feel like NRAW, without doing any color grading, when you do that proper color correction, so when you get it from, how do I show that? So this is like in the log format, and then once you just convert it, whoops. I think I just did the wrong thing. Hold on, can I undo? Please let me undo. But yeah, essentially, I think I need to undo these guys. I hit the wrong button. Okay, I think I fixed it. But yeah, so sorry, what I was saying is like with the cameras that I use, even without having to do much, if you just color correct your footage, I feel like the quality is quite clean. It's a high-end camera. The shots, the lenses that I'm using, they oftentimes give you really good results as long as you're shooting in like proper lighting and stuff. So yeah, like whether it's a before and after, like both I can technically live with. And now I'm just testing out for a Dehancer. Can it take me to that next level of like very creative, out there types of looks and feels? Ella says all 35 film cameras look the same though. I have no idea. Oh, are you talking about in terms of the shots, more the different film stocks? Oh yeah, so I mean, I guess what I'm doing, yeah. So it's actually a pretty simple tool for someone like me who doesn't know the first thing about film. It didn't take me too long to kind of get the hang of using this software, because yeah, you would start with making sure you have the right input source, and then you just choose your film stock profiles. So like for instance, this shot, and I've tended to use this quite a bit. This is the Fujicolor 100 film stock profile. So my understanding is this Dehancer has spent a lot of time essentially recreating the look and feel of these different types of film stocks, as well as the different print profiles, as well as like when you want to adjust certain key features like the compression of the whites or the blacks or things like that. They've done a quality job of essentially trying to mimic those experiences or doing it effectively. Violet is just getting out of bed after being lazy. I am so jealous. I kind of wish I could do that right now. Oh man. The past 2 years for me, by the way, I'm not complaining or anything, but the past 2 years has definitely been the most exhausted I've been in my entire life, I would say. You know, because now that I'm not in corporate, it's like you don't take breaks. There's no such thing as a weekend. You're just basically working. From the moment you wake up, you just do your chores, make sure the cats are alive, and then just work in until like midnight, and then rinse and repeat. But it's been super fun. I would not have it any other way. Okay, so now this takes us back to where we were, as I was giving a little bit of a trip down memory lane of the past few days. So here we are with this shot, and I'm just trying to figure out what is the best... yeah, what approach should we take with this? I'm struggling a little bit, because I think I need to go with a bit of a faded look. Because you have a bit... You can kind of see it above the lady's bamboo hat. There's a bit of a warm glow just coming through from the sunlight, because this is right after sunrise, or you know, just after. So it's like super early morning. There's just a slight bit of this fade that comes through that I feel like I want to amplify, not necessarily remove. Who else but me says you never turn off if it's on your own dime. It's exhausting. Yeah, exactly. Nothing new, you know. But yeah, I wouldn't mind taking like a break. But the good thing is, and the reason why I've gone down this route is I know there's a few things about my personality type that stands out, or like I would think is abnormal, right? And one of them is the fact that I really just don't burn out, at least for the things I'm passionate about. But even things that I'm not passionate about, like just like corporate job stuff, I don't really feel burnt out ever. So that's it's been beneficial to me in my career, but it's been beneficial even doing what I'm doing now, where it's like I just don't get burnt out mentally. I don't feel that fatigue in the same way that maybe other people might. So not having a social life anymore, where I just essentially just chopped it out of my life for a while. I'm trying to restore a little bit of balance, so I'm doing more like 5 to 6 days of streaming as opposed to the 7 days, 7 to 8 hours every day. So I've kind of shifted a little bit more to like 3 to 5 hours per stream, and then trying to do maybe 5 to 6 days a week. But yeah, I definitely can handle that. Low Base, you say, curious as to how that camera counter could be done in 5 minutes. Is there already an app that lets users... Oh no, I wasn't talking about the camera counter anymore. In terms of like the most basic function, and the reason I was thinking about this is I downloaded that one Pomodoro timer thing called Super Sweetbot, and as part of that, I got access to the Super Sweet Discord. And there's a whole process, I think, in the beginning where they tell you, like, hey, first you need to select your role. And when it's saying, like, select your role, there's a whole bunch of questionnaires that they had created. And it starts with, like, hey, which operating system are you using? And then you would just click on one of these icons for, like, whether you're Windows, Mac, Linux, or whatever. And based on what you select, you would see, like, that emoji or that little emote thing collect. So you would actually see a counter just from that questionnaire. So then the viewer count thing or the camera brand count could exist in Discord at the very least. And then the question is, how do you have that sync up to an OBS overlay, which is like a nice to have, but it's not necessary. The thing I care more about is how can I get people in the chat to have a little, like a badge flare or whatever the terminology is that shows a little, you know, that distinguishes between like the brands, so Canon, Sony, Nikon, whatever. And I feel like it seems like it could be doable within Discord itself, like within my Discord community or the channel, and then having it broadcasted onto OBS would be the other, I guess, question mark of like seeing it on stream in the chat. But yeah. not the biggest deal, right? It's like we have a laundry list of things to do. But like I said, the thing that I did spend some time today in updating. So here we got our main thing. I didn't change anything here, but recently I did get this cat bed, which is currently empty right now. So what the hell, my cats. But I did update our this overlay. So I updated my scene here. So I kind of try to clean it up a bit. And I changed the background image as well that I was using. So something a bit more minimalist, but like, you know, representative. And then I've also included a second camera for my 2 cat beds. So we got the empty one here. And then we got Kimbap chilling next to me right now. And this one is, like I said, empty, but I've got my beautiful Nikon Z9 with the 24-70 2.8 lens hooked up here. So whenever she does show up, you know, we'll get a nice view of that. So those changes I did make in terms of simplifying. And there's a bit of an empty space in the bottom left of my screen here. So I'm hoping once I get Musicbed up and running, I do want to figure out a music widget. I think I saw one online. Some kind of music widget that could connect to VLC. So then you would be able to see the name of the song and like the profile cover of each song that plays. And then I probably need to customize like some text that shows like, you know, that this is from Musicbed and like use, I think I should be getting like an affiliate link or something like that. I forget exactly, but so then that would exist in the bottom left, as well as probably just having my name, social media icons, stuff like that. Anyways, oversharing a bit. Nobody asked. Who asked? Lil Basie said, if you're only dealing with one platform, it's super easy. There are tons of apps that do that. The problem is you multi-stream, so it's fairly easy to just have a display in Discord. Yeah, so I think maybe that's the key thing, is like simplifying it so the badges can exist in Discord only, and then over time with enough resource or, you know, thought process, then trying to figure out how to get it onto the stream. That gets infinitely more complicated when you have 3 different platforms or a total of 4 different APIs that have to talk to each other. Gotcha. Who else but me says, when it comes to chats, Nutty probably is the man to ask. Oh, I saw that. I saw Nutty. His chat is fantastic. I bet there's a way to do it. Why did I know about this guy Nutty? Is it because of the music widget thing? Nutty. Oh yeah, this guy, yeah. I think as I was trying to figure out stuff, his YouTube videos popped up. He seems like a not safe for work kind of guy. Oh, interesting. So he's got a bunch of hold on, let's see. Multi-chat overlay, horizontal chat. Oh, actually the horizontal chat could be useful. Because that was one of the reasons I had to spend so much time today updating my editing scene here, because I essentially I kind of cropped my 2 cat cameras so they would fit into one horizontal row, so that I would have space for the chat box above it. But then I was like thinking, if I had a horizontal chat, that could also work as like the top or bottom strip, although it's maybe a little bit less intuitive to see a side-scrolling chat. Multi-stream alerts, title updaters, okay. Music widget, yeah, I think this is the one I saw. But the problem for me is Musicbed. I think some of the music from Musicbed actually exists on Spotify, but it's not a guarantee that all of the songs you'll find on Musicbed are there. So I don't necessarily think that I can make a Spotify widget work. So if I want to play my Musicbed music while having a widget, I think I need something else that connects to VLC, because that's how I'm playing music right now, is through VLC. So I'm assuming if I have a VLC player, and then if there's a widget that will pull from that, then it's like irrespective of Spotify, YouTube Music, or whatever else. Okay, so this is some useful information for later. Who else but me says, I could tell you how to do it if you use Spotify. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so thanks. Who else? Low Bay says, you don't even need a third-party app if you want to do in Discord. You can have onboarding questions that assign a role based on the person's answer, and bam, it's done. Okay. Okay, you know what? That does seem fairly achievable. I should do that. I'll put that on my to-do list of like, yeah, Hold on, let me write this down. Discord roles / badges questionnaire. Gracias. Nutty makes a multi-chat and loads of things. I use his multi-chat and has never ever let me down. He's got loads of interesting widgets. Oh, okay. Yeah, I ended up buying something from that website called nerdordie.com. So that's what you see above me right now on the stream. Seems to work fine. Although I need to like rescale it somehow, but whatever. Gets the job done. Okay. We've been struggling with this shot for some reason. Trying to figure out what the creative look can be. I think a faded shot makes the most sense. This one's okay. Oh man, not that anyone asked, but it just randomly popped in my head. You know a show that I'm rewatching now? And technically I never finished it. I was like I'm several seasons behind of when it finished. But anime that I'm rewatching right now is Naruto. And so it's like going down a very nostalgic route right now because I didn't watch a lot of anime growing up, mainly just because also like I didn't have access to, I didn't know how to download those kind of stuff. My older brother, he knew how to use LimeWire or whatever else those downloading softwares were. So occasionally he would download like animes and then he would let me watch with him, you know? But yeah, I remember Naruto growing up and I was like, yo, it's so good. And then whenever something happened, I just never got to keep watching it. And yeah, I had a thought where I was like, let's go rewatch it. And man, it's kind of fun. I'm actually pretty excited to keep watching. Because that's what I did with One Piece. And then Bleach. Man, I'm such a cliche anime watcher. Like, I just watch all the popular stuff. Maybe this one? I want something a bit more creative. So, like, stands out. This one's clean, I guess. So, at the very least, this one's clean. So, we can work with this. Low Bass, you said, LimeWire. Kids today will never know the joy of giving their computer aids to get a free song. Yo. I don't actually know. Have I ever gotten a computer virus before? I feel like I definitely know I've gotten scares where I thought I downloaded a virus. And I'm trying to think, did I ever actually get a virus growing up? If I did, what were the steps that I would have had to take? I would have had to shut off the computer, turn it back on in like a safe mode, and see if I can revert back to an old, like an old version or something like that. I don't actually know if I ever got hit with one of those dreaded viruses. But yeah, man, Low Bass, it was like every time you ever downloaded anything, there's like always the fear that you're about to download something that was about to like destroy you. Who else says Elfin Lied was my first toe dip into anime. It ruined me for all others. Has never managed to find that high since. Elfin Lied? I've never heard of this. Like I said though, don't take that in any way because I don't know much about anything. But Elfin Lied. Also, should I go with the black and white for this one? I don't know. You know what? Let's go with the black and white. I haven't tested that yet, so. Let me look this up too. First clue, download backstreetboys.exe. What do you mean? Is that like a some kind of virus? Elfin Lied is a Japanese manga series and anime adaptation about a mutated girl named Lucy who escapes a government facility. Ooh, that's already got me hooked. Mutated girl named Lucy who escapes a government facility and develops a split personality. Ooh, you know, a few days ago on stream, I was talking about like, yo, is there any comic characters that has a split personality where one personality is is like the superhero, but then the other personality is like the villain, like a pure true villain, not like one of those like, oh, kind of like Venom or whatever else that kind of is in a anti-hero or whatever the terms are. They're still kind of a good guy, or you still root for them. I'm saying straight up pure evil and pure good as split personality types. Is there like a character like that? And for whatever reason, I couldn't find it on Google, but I think there should be something like that. Because then it's like, how do you ever catch it? Yeah, how does the superhero ever fight the villain if it's literally the same person in a split world? There could be something ironic about a story like that. It's quite a graphic horror anime, but I didn't know that at the time. The first scene either draws you in or scares you away. Okay, I'm usually not shy of like dark or gritty themes. Man, the darkest thing I've ever watched is that Korean, the Korean movie, what's it called? Old Boy. Man, that was a really dark, twisted movie. Story explores themes of prejudice, violence, and identity. Is there a trailer I can watch, and will I get copyright struck? Let's try. Elfin Lied. Trailer? This is on YouTube, so I'm assuming there's nothing. Is it like a rated R type thing? I don't know.
I was born to put an end to human life.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely need to start watching this one. Elfin Lied. Well, thank you very much. Who else but me? Because I prefer those kind of like darker themes. That's why I really didn't like that one that everyone loves, the Hunter x Hunter. I thought that was garbage. Elfin Lied. Let me write that down. Elfin Lied. Gracias. Yeah, it's a graphic horror anime. Okay. Nice, nice. Oh, this one looks good too, though. Hold on. It's a bit more like faded, monotone look. Oh, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't do black and white. Because like in this shot, there is a lot of interesting colors here. So it feels a bit of a wasted than just blackify it all, right? Or whatever you would say. Let's go with this one. It's good, like a faded look. It's a bit monotone, but I kind of like it. And then I don't think I want it to be too cool, so we'll keep it right here. All right, moving on. Compression. All right, we're just gonna increase all that. Ooh, that looks good. This is the 2383 print film. Who else says now IV effect sorry, I can't read. I'm not sure what you said. Oh, I see. Oh, hold on. Now I've effectively detract you. I'm gonna pop into. Oh, as in like you've distracted me? No worries at all. Do not worry. If that's what you're saying, sorry. I think you had a bit of typo there, so I'm interpreting. I believe you're saying you have effectively distracted me, so you're popping this lurk. Well, listen, I appreciate the lurk. Never apologize for that. I actually, you know, I enjoy going on tangents. This is why I like live streaming as well. Also, this is why I think I have ADHD. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to go to the psychometrist. I'm supposed to go to a psychometrist tomorrow, and they're gonna hopefully properly evaluate if I have ADHD. My senses tell me yes, I do. So we'll see. Let's go with the warm tone for this one. Actually, hold on. I forgot to check out the others. You said you're dyslexic AF. Do you mean dyslexic FA? All right, we're gonna go with this 2383. Let's go super warm with it. Let's increase the tonal contrast. And color density, actually for this one, maybe not too much, because that blue back there is a little too rich. Yeah, so here we go. So this is the before and after. So again, this is before we add the grain effect, which is hit or miss, but it is technically the film look. So I think I would start the clip like here, because then you get that nice little fade, the light glow coming through. So as for the, or actually maybe we'll start from here so you get both sides of it. Yeah, so let's cut it from here. And did I slow it down already? Yeah. Let's stabilize this. Mindful, hold on. Who else says, if you are, welcome to the ADHD clan? Yeah, I feel like everyone's got it though, right? I think I do have it though, to be fair. Mindful says, I have dyslexic autofocus as well. Yeah. Actually, I never thought of that term for like, from a mental disorder standpoint. Like, because if you have ADHD, does that mean you are someone that has autofocus abilities, or are you more of a manual focus person? As an if you could stretch that analogy, let's ask ChatGPT. If you could stretch the analogy of autofocus versus manual focus into a mental disorder, let's say something like ADHD, would you say someone who has ADHD is more of an autofocus person or a manual focus person? How can we make that metaphor or analogy work?
Yeah, that's a really interesting analogy to play with. So if we think about autofocus versus manual focus as a metaphor, you could say that someone with ADHD might actually be a little more like manual focus. And what I mean by that is, with ADHD, sometimes you have to kind of deliberately bring your focus back to what you want to pay attention to. It might not be as automatic. You might have to do a little bit of that conscious effort to say, okay, I'm going to focus on this now, and then maybe refocus again when your attention drifts. On the other hand, someone without ADHD might feel a bit more like autofocus. Their attention just kind of locks on automatically without as much conscious effort. So in that sense, you could say that ADHD is kind of like having a manual focus lens where you just need to do a little more adjusting to get that focus right where you want it. But it's definitely a neat way to think about it.
Okay, let me challenge that real quick. Because the way I was thinking about it is, if you're in manual if you were to say that an ADHD person is a manual focus mode, to me that feels like that means you're locked on, right? As in, like, your focus is always in this one particular area. So then, but then everything else is blurry. So, but then that feels like someone who is locked in on whatever task in front of them. Whereas when I think of an autofocus, maybe I'm thinking like autofocus full. So if you're in full focus mode, where at any motion you might jump focus to something else, right? So you don't stay steady onto one task, you're hopping around to whatever distracts in front of you, right?
Oh yeah, I totally get what you're saying, and I think that makes a lot of sense. So if we flip it that way, you could think of it more like this. Someone with ADHD might actually be more like autofocus in the sense that the focus keeps jumping to whatever stimulus pops up. It's like the camera's constantly readjusting to whatever catches its attention. So you're moving from one point to another pretty quickly. And then on the other hand, someone without ADHD might be more like manual focus in the sense that they can lock onto a single subject and keep it there steadily. So I totally see what you mean. In that sense, you could flip the analogy and say that ADHD is a bit like having your autofocus jumping around to different things, and someone who doesn't have ADHD might be more like manual focus that can just hold it steady. So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and it works really well that way.
Mindful says, I believe ADHD is relative. I was diagnosed as a child, but spent an entire career in tech. Perhaps life is too busy today, and that contributes to the diagnosis where we just need to unplug. Yeah, I guess like I'm curious, like in the with the advent of social media, iPhones, does that end up essentially creating that disorder? Like, I have no idea. Is ADHD something you're born with, or is it something that you kind of build up over time? Who knows? I have no idea. But I can see if it is something that you can learn over time. I guess like our current technology spree probably doesn't help. Who else says, I have one focus lens. It's a nifty 50% ignoring everything, but my obsession 50% annoyed. My focus is off my obsession. Okay. Mindful says, I think manual focus would mean we have to use effort to change our focus on each segment. If we do not, we'll be all over the place. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I'm struggling here because I'm obviously it's not a clean analogy, but since we're on this, assignment or the thought experiment, I guess, I can't figure out which one makes more sense to represent someone with ADHD without. Her focus will keep jumping no matter what you tell her. Yeah, because like I can see it as in like if you're in manual focus, that means you have to constantly adjust. You have to make a concerted effort to reassign yourself to whatever new task is in front of you. So you have to like actively spend more effort to then focus, right? Whereas if you're in autofocus, it just becomes more easy for you to focus on whatever you need to. So I can see why manual focus describes someone with ADHD. But then like on the flip side, what I was saying is like, well, when I think of a manual focus, it's almost like someone that can't be deterred. Like no matter what random shit you throw at me, I won't get distracted because I'm in a fixed mode where I'm working on something. Versus like in autofocus or full focus, I guess would be the most extreme example. It's like you're just flittering. You're just like hopping around between a person walks in front of your shot. Your focus all of a sudden readjusts to that person for a bit. And then once a person goes away, maybe you'll refocus back to something else. Or if a bird flies by or a cat, like, you can just jump around. I don't know. Who cares? Who cares, right? But let's ask ChatGPT to give us a final answer. Manual focus to ADHD equals only taking one shot. You'll never get to the next shot. Well, but the point is like you don't stay in that state. You're obviously able to adjust your manual. You're able to adjust your focus, whether you're in auto or manual. It's just that the manual means that you have to take the effort to readjust your focus. I need you to make a definitive suggestion. Which way makes the most sense to describe someone with ADHD? To say that they're in manual focus mode or to say that they're in autofocus mode? Don't have any bias, just based off of what makes the most sense in this analogy. What would it be?
All right, if I just pick one based on what makes the most sense in this analogy, I say describing someone with ADHD as being more like autofocus probably makes the clearest sense. And that's because ADHD often involves that tendency for attention to jump around to different stimuli, kind of like an autofocus that keeps shifting to whatever is new or interesting in the environment. So if I had to pick one, I'd say calling it autofocus in this analogy fits best.
Well, there you go. And ChatGPT is never wrong. Auto means effortless. Manual takes effort. Everything is an effort with ADHD. Yeah. So it sounds like you guys are leaning towards the manual, which I mean I can totally see that as well. Yeah, and the reason why I used to think I'm acting as if I've been diagnosed already, but the reason I used to think that I don't have ADHD is mainly because I hyper focus. Like I can work on a single task for hours without eating. Like forgetting to drink or eat or whatever. I just kind of work on the thing forever. So my assumption was always like, oh, if I can do that, that sounds like someone that doesn't have ADHD, because I thought the whole point of ADHD is like you can't focus. You're distracted, or your attention is spread out. However, when I had a brief chat with the psychiatrist a few days ago, I guess I never thought of this before. Because she was asking me, what was she asking me? Hold on, I'm just gonna start doing this as we talk. It's a tough analogy because you can get hyper focused / stuck on one thing with ADHD. Exactly. Yeah. So, but then the reason I can get hyper focused, and I forget how she was asking me this question, but essentially I was explaining how when I work, I tend. Oh yeah, here's what she asked me. She said if you had to work on a single task but have no other distractions, just work on whatever it is. Let's say in this case it's me editing this footage. But imagine, she was saying, like, imagine you're editing this footage, but you couldn't listen to music, you couldn't have extra screens, you can't be watching some movie or Netflix or whatever, YouTube videos, which is what I normally do. You literally just focus on that one task and that alone for hours on end. Could you do it? And I was like, you know what? I would kill myself. Or, you know, I didn't say that to her, but like, it'd be a visceral response for me to even think about doing that, because it just would feel too much of an irritant. Because like the way I normally work is I multitask, right? It doesn't mean I'm doing a good job, but it's like, well, I'm editing here, I'm listening to music, I've got 3 screens in front of me, I got my iPhone in front of me, I got another computer off to the side that's playing like a YouTube video or a movie. I'm in an open space, so I can also just kind of go out to the kitchen at times or just walk around. Like, I just feel like I can constantly do multiple things at once in order for me to feel like I'm functioning and being productive. So, and she was saying like, oh, that could be how you compensated for your quote unquote ADHD. Not to say that I have it, but it's like in a world where you do have ADHD, you just basically without drugs have discovered your own way to work around your lack of ability to focus on one task for a long time. And your solution became multitasking, such that your brain never felt bored, and so that you could focus on that one task because you've drawn so much of your boredom towards other things simultaneously to kind of keep it at bay. So like, oh, okay, I can see that as a potential reasonable answer for, you know, why I act the way I do. But then she brought up an even better point, which is like, look, I don't want to push drugs on you, because let's say you do have ADHD. There's a problem, I guess, of over prescribing drugs as the solution. But then, like, imagine in a world where if I was prescribed with ADHD at a young age, and that could have been the best thing to happen to me, but in another world, it could be something where it's like I didn't get to develop these workarounds or have to work my way through the deficiencies or disorders or whatever, and I could become a less creative person, or I could become a less abnormal person. And to me, like, there's nothing better in adulthood than being abnormal, right? Nobody wants to be just like everyone else, and that's kind of like where I guess creativity can come from as well, because by definition I think something creative is something that's not normal, right? So I don't know. So it's like, would you really want to sacrifice that? If you took a drug that now allowed you to be like a normal human being, but it meant that all the other things that makes you who you are, and like, you know, how you act productive or whatever, if that goes away, is that worth taking the drug? So anyways, I'm kind of going on a tangent here. Who else says I have AUDHD? What is that? AUDHD. So mine is probably a different experience. I hyperfocus for hours and a bomb can go off beside me. I get upset when I can't do my thing, but if I'm not in my happy zone, then I focus on nothing and get so bored. Okay. Interesting. This one's good. Kodak Aero. Yeah, we're back to the Kodak Aero Color 4125. So I tend to like this one quite a bit as well. I think I like this one because the white and the yellow are quite, they stand out against each other, so it doesn't like blur and blend into each other as it does with some of the other edits, because of how close in proximity this is. Like a very intricate separation between the white pillars and the gold ornaments. So I think this one helps that stand out, whereas something like this, you kind of get a warm fade across everything, so it's got a warm temperature to everything. So then it kind of flattens it out. You don't get as good separation. So right now, that's my thought process why I think this one's better, because the contrast between the two colors, or the white and the orange. But yeah, for who else? I don't know what the ADHD stands for, but I do have a tendency to hyper focus, and it gets to a point where like, yeah, I literally forget to eat, or I'll have moments where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm pretty hungry, right? Which is happening even right now. And then you just kind of forget about it, you move on. So I can go like a whole day without eating. That's essentially what we did in the first 20, 30 days of live streaming. I was like streaming like 7 to 8 hours, and my first meal would be after the stream ends, close to like, midnight or 1 a.m. This one's not bad. Clean. But yeah, so either way, I mean, personally, I would want to not take drugs. I would rather any other solution than, being prescribed drugs as the way to, solve the problem. Not to say drugs are bad, but yeah. But at the end of the day, I just want to know. I just want to know more about myself, right? Okay, I like this one the most. Look at this happy little monk in training. I wonder if you are a child monk. I don't have a better term for them. If you are a child monk, I wonder if it's like every child monk watches Avatar. I would, right? I'm assuming they all must. I've officially diagnosed autism and ADHD, a balance of order and chaos. And they call that the ADHD, or is there a short form for that? How do people get diagnosed for autism? Is there like an actual, can you tell based on like actual physical tests, or is it just based off of like questionnaires? Let me ask this to ChatGPT as well. How do people get properly diagnosed with ADHD or autism? Like, I understand that there are different questionnaires or those types of things that can be provided to get to an answer, or maybe psychiatrists or someone observes you. But is there like a physical test, like an objective test that one can take, which just tells you like, hey, we examined your brain or whatever, and based on this, we can tell that you have ADHD or autism or whatever?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and it's something a lot of people wonder about.
Hold on 1 second. Before you answer, do I ever ask bad questions? Because it seems like you always say that, and we know you're just being nice.
Hey, it's a fair question, and I totally get it. Honestly, you don't ask bad questions at all. I think it's just natural curiosity, and I'm here to help out. So no need to worry, and I'm not just being nice. It's really just about having a good conversation.
Okay, proceed with answering the thing I just asked.
Absolutely. So basically, when it comes to diagnosing ADHD or autism, there's not a single physical test like a brain scan or blood test that just gives you a yes or no answer. Instead, it's more of a comprehensive process. So typically, a specialist like a psychologist or a psychiatrist is going to use interviews, standardized questionnaires, behavioral observations, and they'll talk to you and sometimes people who know you well. And they'll put all of that together to understand how your symptoms fit into the diagnostic criteria. So it's really a clinical diagnosis based on behavior and history rather than a single physical test.
But then I've imagined if that's true, there could be a lot of like false positives, right?
Yeah, that's a valid point, and it's something that professionals are really aware of. Because there's no single definitive test, it really comes down to the expertise of the person doing the evaluation. They have to be really thorough and careful to make sure they're not overdiagnosing or underdiagnosing. And sometimes it can take a little time to get it right. They might need multiple sessions or different perspectives. But yeah, it's definitely something that requires a careful approach to avoid false positives or false negatives.
That's kind of a disappointing answer. I wish I could just take an exam, or not an exam, like some kind of brain scan or MRI or I don't know what. I'm not a doctor. Who else? You said you went for clinical mental studies. I'd been dealing with depression and anxiety for years, and when my daughter hit school age, she was diagnosed with ADHD, which made them have a closer look at me since it runs in the family. Oh wait, ADHD is what's the word for that? Hereditary? Is that the word? Can you pass on ADHD? Is that like a hereditary thing? You can have
definitely. ADHD
comorbidities.
does have a genetic component, so it can run in families. If a parent has ADHD, there's a higher chance that their child might have it too. Doesn't mean it's guaranteed, of course, but there's definitely a hereditary factor involved, so it's something that often does get passed down through families.
You can have comorbidities with ADHD like EDS, IBS. Don't know what either of those are. Not everybody has it, but there are physical symptoms in some people. Okay. You have it from your family. It's a brain thing. Okay. Well, damn. Because I'm almost positive that my dad has some form of autism. I guess you could say like functioning autism. I don't know if the right terms are. I'm pretty sure if he was diagnosed, they would have said he has something like that. So now I'm wondering, is like, wait, is autism? Is autism a genetic thing, like something that gets passed on, or is it nobody knows?
Yeah, so autism does have a genetic component as well. It's a bit complex because it's not just one single gene that we can point to. It's likely a combination of many different genes interacting, and there can be other factors involved too. But yeah, there's definitely a hereditary aspect. So if there's autism in the family, it does increase the likelihood that it could be passed on, although there's still a lot of research going on to fully understand all the details.
Wow, we're learning so much. What a day. Okay, so in the meantime, I did finish the color grading on the other one. I actually like it a lot. The only issue I have, again, it just comes down to the film grain. So whether or not I want to keep that, is still a question. But in terms of the shot, so here's the before. Again, looks pretty good. I think it's great as just a normally color corrected footage. Looks more natural, obviously. However, the ability to then create this like more creative look and feel. In this case, we've kind of cooled down the image or the footage, and we've retained a bit of that like ornament coloring with the whites, and it's a bit more desaturated. But then it also makes the kid stand out a bit more against the more desaturated, surroundings. So yeah, I like this a lot. Okay. And then a little turn on the grain again just for continuity. This could be good for black and white. Because, yeah, this one doesn't really have much color anyways. Or just, spots of it. So, okay, you know what? We'll try black and white for this one. Why not? Uh-oh. Turned it off. Oops. Yo, what's up, Kavai? Kavai, I think... Oh yeah, I was talking about Norway earlier, that's why. About the dog sledding. Welcome, Kavai. Who else says irritable bowel syndrome? Oh, I've heard of that. And then Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, usually to do with connective tissues. Okay. Kavai says, I'm back from a 50-kilometer skate session. What does that mean? Like, are you on when you say skate session, do you mean like ice skating? And if you mean ice skating, you mean like you just go around on an ice skate rink over and over again until you hit 50 kilometers? Or did you skate from one location to the next, which is 50 kilometers away? I'm so curious. You're enjoying your tikka masala? Oh man, I'm so hungry now. I've been hungry, but I didn't eat all day except for a protein shake. Oh, maybe I should get some butter chicken tonight if I don't forget. Dyslexia is also passed on because they also come from brain things. So once you start noticing quirks in family, it opens up a huge world. Gotcha. What is dyslexia again? Is it, I mean, I get it generally speaking, but I only know from the outputs of it. I know people who are dyslexic will just like read something in the wrong order or say something in the wrong order or switch things around. But I don't know what does dyslexia actually do instead of just the outputs of it? Is it something where like you're always seeing things backwards? L thing is back home. Well, welcome back. Longboard from one location to another. Damn. 50 kilometers sounds like a lot. Was this like a electric longboard or you literally had to push yourself on that thing all the way? Yeah, downhill or longboard. The theory I like is that back in the... Hold on one second. Let's do some work as we're talking. I just want to get to that black and white one. Oh, actually, these also look good too. Damn. Alright, we're going for a black and white one, so let's see. Okay, we'll see if this one works, although it's a bit overexposed. Okay. The theory I like is that back in the early days, our brain were wired for safety of our clans and families. We could hyper-focus on things, specialize in things, etc. Okay. You get different types of dyslexia. I can read fine, but I just can't spell. Words don't make sense to me when I write them. Often I write like I speak, whereas my husband has phenomenal vocab with words I would never in a million years use, but he's incredibly slow at processing information and reading. Okay. Huh. So you can read fine, you just can't spell it out. Okay. And are you able to cure dyslexia? Or like, yeah, what do you do? If you have dyslexia, what are you supposed to do? Are you able to like mentally train yourself out of it? Do you take drugs for it? Or is there nothing? Kavai says, L, lots of ups and downs in Norway, but without protective gear, I usually don't go above 30 kilometers per hour. Ooh, okay. Well, I've only been in north of Lapland of those two. I think Lofoten for summer and Lapland for winter. Man, I need to do this Norway trip. I gotta, what is it? The Sami tribe. That's what we were looking into earlier. I feel like I'm gonna say never mind. I don't know if I like these black and white shots, or does it? I don't know. Not sure how to feel about this. Yeah, you know what? Let's not do black and white. I'm not a fan of it, you know? So let's reset everything. Let's go just choose the normal option. Question is, do I want a blue background or warm background? I'm leaning towards warm. Something about the blue also gives a bit of a creepy vibe. I think it's something about girls with long hair, dark hair, and the blue tone gives off that demon girl vibe. So, although this one doesn't look too bad. You can't. There's no drugs. It's a learning difficulty for processing information. Huh. Lofoten, Sami tribes, Somoroi. You're throwing a bunch of crazy words at me. What else is there to see in Norway? I want to see the I want to go back for the muskox. Oh man, since you mentioned that tikka masala, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the hunger pangs. This is probably going to be one of those where the original shot looks better than the color graded one. Because the original's not bad. Especially because you got a lot of dark here, so it's like, you know, the focus on the colors is much easier, I guess. So we'll try to find a creative one to kind of make up for this. Alright, I guess I don't really like any of them. Or like, they're okay, but do I like it more than the original shot? And so far, I don't think so. Oh, good job, El. Okay, maybe if we keep this one, we want something that's a bit brighter, or like showing a bit more fade in the black area. This one's causing me some headache. Just like nothing is really vibing compared to the original. Because I think the original looks good already. So it's like we're competing against the best is what I'll say. Alright, we're gonna go with this one. Kavai says, I might be biased with Alta since I lived there for an entire year, but it's internationally renowned for several things, such as the Mushing Junction, the world-famous long Alta River, big wild salmon, canoeing down is so much fun, and the biggest canyon of Northern Europe, Alta Canyon Salto. All of those are good for photographers. There's also a very interesting beach full of bird life. Okay. I'm not much of like a bird photographer, which is funny because I think the most viral footage I've ever taken was of a bird, but or like I'm not like a bird enthusiast the way that some people I know are, where they like have a whole book about it and stuff. But yeah, I want to do a full circuit of Norway. But part of me also wants to like travel to destinations most people don't go to. So at this point, I think a lot of people have gone to Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, but I think those stands are still somewhat underexplored. So there's a lot of opportunity there in terms of finding unique cultural stories. I know someone from Bulgaria, and so he's mentioned there's a bunch of like wildlife photography stuff available in Bulgaria, including like vultures and stuff like that. That could be nice. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, that tonal range feature is definitely my favorite, I think. Tonal range and then color density. So I think I took a note of that already. Just in case, let me write here. I thought I did. Tonal range and color density are my top favorite adjustment features. Kavai said that I'll become a bird enthusiast later in life, you think? I don't think so. I don't... Oh my god. Congrats, low base. You are indeed rich. I think it just depends on the birds. I don't think I'll ever find small birds exciting enough. That's the thing. Like, you know, if it's like super colorful and stuff, if it's got a super long tail, if there's like a prominent feature of the bird, then that's something. But if it's just like a rare species of bird, but it basically just looks like a pigeon, I don't care, right? I think big birds for sure I have more interest in. So like your predators, like the birds of prey, the shoebill stork, those kind of guys. The red crown cranes in Japan were very elegant. Eagles. I would love to photograph some golden eagles. Or no, sorry, the bald eagles. But generally speaking, I think I prefer more of like the mammalians or whatever. I like the big cats, wild cats and all that. The furry animals, you know? Okay, so this looks good. Alright, you know what? We've rescued this quite a bit. So this is another proof point to never listen to myself. I was so down on this shot, but now I actually kind of like it. I think the tonal range thing made a big difference. Because it kept feeling like the face was washed out. Whoops. I kind of like this Kodak Endura glossy paper for this, because obviously this is adding a lot more darkness to it, but it's kind of adding more depth as well from that. So this one we won't touch that. It feels like a shot where a grain wouldn't make sense, but let's just try it all. And then let's stabilize. Okay. Let's check it out. It's an interesting shot. I would say, personally, I wouldn't. It feels like one of those shots where I wouldn't necessarily turn on the film grain. I wouldn't turn on the halation. Bloom is okay. Because I think it was creating like a little bit of a weird glow to the eye, like a ring around the iris. And then the grain, it takes away from the clarity of the shot, where I feel like this one is supposed to be focusing on the sharpness of her eye. So here's the before, here's the after. Yeah. So I would, if it was up to me, it is up to me. I would do it without the halation and the other thing. Okay, how many more do we got? Oh, so much more. Asking me to work faster on something is like, it's one of the toughest things to ask of me. This one should be a fun one to edit though. So let's take this shot right here. Now, one thing is like color correcting for a shot where you got like bright ass fire and stuff. I'm not exactly sure what's the right answer. So let's see. Because I'm just going to assume that this is fully blown out. All right, here we go. This one always looks good. Fuji Color 100. This one's not bad. So I guess, okay, what am I looking for in these shots? For me, it's probably having some kind of contrast where you can see the red lines of his outfit standing out against his skin tone and the rest of, like, yeah, the rest of around whatever's around him. So if we can find some color grading that makes the red stand out more, that's good. So like this one's not bad. So then I guess what I'm trying to avoid is like a shot like this or this kind of color grading where it's applying a bit of like a warmish tone across everything. So it almost has like a bit of a faded warm tone, because then it's kind of flattening it out, or it's making that red not really be as contrasty. So something like this could be nice, or like not necessarily, but possibly applying a bit of cool tones to things, as long as you can maintain the red, because then obviously that's like a nice way to complement it. The faded look is also nice. So what's up, BC? BC is in the chat. Hello, hello. Hola. It's been a while. Hope everyone is having a great Monday. Yeah, it's a good one. Every day's been good so far. But yeah. And you've been sitting on your points. Wow, just like that, you got 20. Well, BC, since you've been gone, I've made a few adjustments to the stream, including I've kind of cleaned off this look and feel, and then we have a new camera for the cat. So you can see here, no cat, but the camera is there. So BC said, I got laid off this morning, so you'll see a bit more of me for now. Well, damn. That sucks, man. Or I don't know. Does it suck? Or what does that mean? Like, how are you feeling about it? Do you have, I'm assuming this gives you some time to kind of think about what's next for you. But, yeah, you know, man, not that I like to talk about it too much, but when it comes to things in the US look so, well, not just the US, but you know, everything just looks so royally effed in the A. Was that a South Park episode? Something about effed in the A. But yeah, man, obviously I'm sorry to hear that, but I will also say that when it comes to situations like that, it's like sometimes a godsend. Or like having a moment like that hit you, because most people, including myself, you always, especially if you have some creative streak in you or whatever, but then you're trying to balance like wanting to be a creative person while also having a corporate-ish, like, you know, 9 to 5 that doesn't necessarily allow you to spread your wings, if you will. And I feel like sometimes in a situation like that, that is exactly the push that you need to actually take you to the next level. All right. So you've been wanting a better work-life balance for my life, which with the wife and kids. So this is a better way for me to do it. Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, like, it's just, I remember when I was first starting out in the corporate world, everyone that I admired, whether it was like my mentors or my bosses, I had a bunch of bosses, right, throughout my career. But a lot of them, it's like, they're like, by the way, you are going to get fired at some point in your life. It's just a guaranteed thing almost. So it just depends, right? But, and it's like there's a negative connotation that comes with it, or like a fear or anxiety about it. But in many ways, it's like you realize if it's something that majority of people in the world will experience and yet they survive, then you realize it's not the boogeyman that oftentimes it's portrayed as, or how we kind of perceive it in our own minds. It's just like an ability to drastically change directions or pivot or kind of pursue other things, right? And then obviously it's easier to say that if you're someone who has at least some savings, or you have some kind of safety net or some way to kind of soften the landing towards the next thing. If you're someone that is like paycheck to paycheck in the craziest of ways, then yeah, it's not easy to hear. But yeah, man, I would definitely view it as like, oh man, super excited. what does this mean? Because now you're like, essentially everything has changed, and your brain has to finally wake up again to be like, I gotta be active. I gotta figure out I've been so stuck in like a certain routine forever and ever. What could be the thing that will essentially, yeah. So now it's like your brain is hardwired, or all the hardwiring has been cut. So then this is like the moment where you really can start figuring shit out of like, okay, what do I actually care about? What do I want to maintain? So, yeah. And for example, now you have the ability to finally reach 100,000. I believe in you on that one, man. 100,000 PPs coming up. There's a few options here that I like. This one's good as well. Konica Impressa. This one's good as well. So between this one and Konica Impressa, I always like the darker vibes. Oops. Alright, we're going with the Konica. We're going for it? Nice, nice. So then BC, like, I'm curious, unless you don't want to talk about it, because I imagine, you know, sometimes you just need to, like, meditate on this a bit, or, like, brainstorm. But, are you thinking about just, like, taking some time off now, just to, you know, chill with the family? Or do you, like, are you, like, trying to actively look for a new something? Or, yeah. So I think this one needs a bit of film compression just because of that bright fire. And the question is always, how much is too much? Ooh, that tonal range again. You said, oh, you want a duel. Is it too late? I accept. I'm going to dive in tomorrow, right in tomorrow. I've already been looking to try and change things, but now this accelerates that process a bit. Yeah, like I said, it's an accelerant, right? But my God, it's like sometimes you just need that push. And then it's like, as long as you believe in yourself, as long as you know you've got, you know, certain you're always going to be fine. Like I feel like you have to have that mentality of you're always going to land on your feet. Having these kinds of adversities or moments of like stress, or just, again, having to figure out which direction do you go in front of you. That's the only way you kind of just improve in life. And like, there's nothing worse than being stagnant. And before you know it, like years have gone by. And that's where like regret kind of builds in, right? And to me, it's like to have that kind of kick in the ass moment that either kind of pushes you to see like, oh, well, we're jumping right off the cliff. Let's see, you know, can we actually fly or not? That kind of stuff. Like I've always, and I strongly feel this way, where it's like, look, if the worst of worst cases, you know, as long as I have my physical health, you know, and that kind of thing, if the worst case happens where I literally run out of all money and resources, I know I will always survive off of just my just tenacity, right? Give me whatever job, I'll figure it out. McDonald's, man, I would do it with the smile on my face. I think you're supposed to, right? Isn't that the logo? But yeah, absolutely. It's like, it doesn't really matter what it is. Just having that confidence that you'll be fine no matter what. Once you have that recognition, then it's like, okay, why am I so stressed? Things will be fine. But it's easier said than done, for sure. But I feel like I've been living through all of that, so I don't know which one of these versions I like more. I kind of like them. This one obviously just fixates on the warm tones, whereas this one has a bit of a coolish tone to it. So I think, you know what, let's lean into the warm. Let's lean in this way. And then shot at 60 frames. Let's go ahead and change this to 40% speed. And stabilize. All right. Ugh. I need to eat some food. It's almost 9:30. There's a few things I need to take care of before the night ends. And I have to wake up early because I'm going to a psychiatrist. Ooh. Yeah, BC, that's what you missed out on in my life is past few days I'm going to go to see if I have ADHD or not. So we shall see one way or the other. But tomorrow I think is when I have to do my psychometric exam, which I still don't understand what that is. I feel like if you want to test someone for ADHD, I feel like you just got to spy on them. Because you just got to see. Without like knowing that you're being observed, how do you act? So my kind of joke, but I wasn't really joking, but I was like, yo, if I ran a psych clinic or whatever, I would straight up have not really, but I would have cameras in the lobby, in the doctor's office or whatever. And so then the moment you enter, you're being examined, right? You're seeing like, okay, the patient has walked in and is being forced to wait 10 minutes, right, before they hear anything. What are they doing? Are they fidgeting? And then like in the lobby, there'll be all kinds of shiny toys and objects or like things to potentially distract. And seeing like, okay, as we're observing, is the patient like, fidgeting around? Is he like hopping between this and this? Or is the person just sitting there still doing nothing, just calm, whatever? Like I would like build in a bunch of tests before they know they're being tested. But I guess it would only work that first time because then the word would spread and then everyone knows like, oh, you're basically being examined from now. So then people will still cheat the system, I guess. And then when you're speaking with the psychiatrist in their office, that's being recorded. So then it's like when you're talking, yeah, just like seeing how they respond, where their eye is going during the conversation, how they respond to like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, you get the point. I feel like that would be the way to go. You'd break every kind of, there'd be so many violations to it though. All right, let's check out this clip. BC says, gotcha. I think you're normal. Not sure why it needs tested for. I mean, I'm like 99% positive that I'm not normal, but I don't necessarily think I need drugs. It's just more like from my own awareness. I would like to just see like if a proper doctor can just tell me what their professional opinion is. That's cool. Then it's like, okay, fair enough. What did they say? It's like you have to know yourself. Yeah, it's more just like the more you know about yourself or something, then you can make better decisions off of it. But yeah, we've been having a discussion where it's like, for me personally, it's like I would hope that they tell me one way or the other how they would describe me, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm saying like, oh, give me the drugs, I need a change, I need something. It's just more like, okay, thanks for the bit of knowledge. Then I can go to my Twitter and put that little, I can put an ADHD badge on or something. I don't know. Okay, this looks pretty cool. Let's just look at the before and afters again. So this is the before, and this is the after effect. Oh, is that why it's called After Effect? After Effects? I guess I never put that together. I think it'd mess with me more having a proper diagnosis. Well, you know what? Actually, I think having a improper diagnosis is worse. Or like, I want a professional diagnosis. That's all. Because like, I view it the same way as I view those personality tests. You know, like the, whatever the thing is, the 4 acronym or 4 letters, like the ECGF or INTP or whatever. When people always take those personality tests, or even like astrology, when people go off of like star signs to kind of dictate who you are. The thing, I don't really like those kind of tests, especially the personality one, because sometimes I feel like you hear what you want to hear, but regardless, once a test tells you like, oh, you're this type of personality, you're the type who, you know, is impatient and does this thing, or like, you know, is very empathetic and blah, blah, blah. I feel like once you hear that, even if you know you shouldn't necessarily think that it's like a professional or like a perfectly accurate result, you might start like, it'll define your life. And maybe you'll start acting a certain way thinking that this is your personality. And it's like, well, I can't do anything about it because I'm an INTF or whatever. So like, it's not me, it's just my personality type. And so then it becomes like a crutch that people lean on to like excuse behavior, as well as like kind of dictate your future behavior. So yeah, it essentially can bias you in a certain way. And it feels, you know, like obviously everything that happens to us shapes our personality and like who we end up being. But that just feels a bit more of like an artificial barrier or guardrails that you're putting on yourself to get you to a certain result. So, but if it was a professional, now if there was like a professional, whatever the, you know, saying like, hey, after we have observed you in this way, and here's how objective this exam is, and now we believe you're a ENFY type of person who does this kind of behavior. If I trust the results, then at the very least I feel much better about like understanding what that means for me and like what I can glean from it. Oh man, this shot's gonna have some really good results. I can already see like so many of these stock profiles look really good for this. Let's get a frame with some smoke. Fuji Color 100 always looks good. This one looks good. Superior. This one looks good. Arrow color 4. Okay, some of these are good, but they're like soft. So my theory, with like old people, sorry lady, but for like these kind of old people shots, I always feel like sharper image is better, in the sense that like anything that accentuates all the wrinkles on their face and their skin, because it's like a story in and of itself, right? So generally speaking, I think for like anytime I have like an old person in my photo or video, it makes sense to add like more clarity to it, or like just, yeah. So I think some of these looked good, but they are very, very soft. So I'm just trying to go through all of them again and see if we can find one that's very punchy. This one looks good. Kodak Ultra Max, colors wise. Slightly soft, but I mean, not really. This one's good. Yeah, so it's the Aero color one that I like. Colors aren't as good on this one, but it's a bit sharper. This one's okay. So there's Fuji Color Natura. Then, what was another one that I liked? So this one? Yeah, so almost the same. Slightest of differences. So let's go with either this one or Aero Color 4. Okay, let's compare the two. All right, we'll go with this one. The Fuji Color Natura 1600. Okay. And we're going to push it kind of high. I think I like it this way. Yeah, so same thing. I don't want to compress this too much. So let's go ahead and turn that off actually. Okay, so in terms of this guy, between the glossy paper and the Fuji film, I think are the ones I want to choose between. Because this one has more of a creative look. Oh wait, let's turn on the, I forgot, hold on. Okay. This one has a really creative look to it. This one's a bit more realistic and like richer. But then once I compare the two, I always lean, it's kind of weird, like off the rip, I think this one looks more creative and punchier and cooler. But then when I see them back to back, I seem to like the glossy paper one more. Indecisive. All right, let's go with this glossy paper one. So then let's say here, we're gonna slow this guy down to 20% speed. And stabilize. BC's got 80,000 PPs. Nice. You made your way back up. Almost at 100. Will you reach that 100K? Man, where's my cat? I spent all this time trying to figure this out. Man, I spent way too much time trying to figure this out. But yeah, right now I'm using my best camera, my most expensive camera, as a cat camera. It's my Nikon ZR with the 24-70 2.8 lens attached, shooting at 30 frames per second with the ND filter in front for an empty cat bed. Wow. But if there was a cat there, can you imagine the quality? All right, let's play this out. So before and after. And of course, the other thing is we can turn on the film grain, halation, and bloom. Hello, just passing by, baby. What a name. Just passing by, baby says, from warm to colder look. This one, actually, you know what? I don't actually remember. Well, the halation definitely warmed it up. The before, this is the before. So with the before, I guess it has a bit more of a pinkish tone to it. It's like a little bit more warm tone. Here, I just went with one that was just a darker tone for sure. It's just like a richer tone. I honestly, I couldn't tell you, like, in terms of like what does that mean for colors. So it's more like it deepened it, made the colors a bit more dense. Obviously now with this grain effect. Yeah, because I wouldn't say this has a warm tone to it. So, but then would I say a cold tone or a cooler tone? Like, maybe. I mean, definitely towards the end of that shot. Now we actually do have that, you know, bluish hue coming through. But yeah, it's just you know, it's an interesting style. I think it works for this one. This shot, same thing. Let's just see if we can copy and paste and see, because also I need to speed this up. I'm taking way too much time trying to do all these ones. Okay, the problem with this one is way too dark in the background, because now it just feels like you've kind of photoshopped them out of something. Because I think it looks better to have this retained in the shot. Just passing says look skin the vector scope and lips are bluish magenta, a bit more cooler magenta into the skin tones. Okay. Well, firstly, by the way, just passing, thanks for passing by. Haha. I appreciate your presence here on the YouTube side. And I haven't seen your name before, so just as a quick little context, I guess. So I'm mainly a wildlife and travel photographer, but I've shifted over to video in the past 3 years or so. And then the past year and a half, I built a YouTube channel, and I've been trying to focus on how can I make long form content. So mainly using my travels as the subject material and focusing on like travel vlogs and trying to make it a bit more filmy or just more artistic. And then in very, very recent times, just from my connection with Nikon as a Nikon shooter, I had the opportunity to kind of make my very first short film documentary. And that's definitely piqued my interest in constantly doing more like filmmaking stuff. So in the past 3 weeks or so, I've been trying to improve and finally like kind of like properly learn color grading and just having the proper workflow within DaVinci. So I appreciate, it sounds like you know what you're talking about. So I do appreciate anytime you have any critiques or feedback or suggestions, all of that is way more than welcome, because as part of my live streaming, that is kind of what I do. I just like to share behind the scenes, hopefully build up a community of other, artists, creators, whatever. And then we can help each other out. So you're mentioning in terms of the vector scope, you can see the lips. Let's go back. Also, let me just undo let's undo this guy. Okay. You said the skin, look at the skin in the vector scope, and the lips are bluish. So let's hop over to somewhere here. I believe I would need to click on this qualifier. Is that what it is? Yeah, okay. And then I think there's a different, you're talking on the vector scope. There we go. So this is as far as I know how to use this tool. That's as much as I get out of this. I know a lot of proper colorists and like color graders, especially for like skin tones and stuff, they use this kind of vector scope, and somehow they know based on that line and how this kind of glowy patch looks, they know exactly, oh, okay, now I need to adjust this thing this way and that. I have no idea. It's beyond me for now. Mindful says, I have to jet out. Take care, bro. I look forward to the ZR. Yes, well, let us know when you do get it. And yeah, thanks for being in the chat. I'll see you whenever I see you, but I will be here every day for the rest of the week. So cheers to that. A bit more cooler magenta into the skin tones. Just Passing says, not sure what node tree you have built, but I would suggest one solely for skin tones. Okay. Having them natural warm, even with coolish overall look, is desired as it keeps people looking healthy. Oh yeah, that's a good point, I guess. I don't want them to look like they're dead. Just because she looks old, or is old, yeah. Although I think for me right now, it's just, sometimes I don't mind just kind of going off of like, just without knowing anything and just kind of saying like, what is it that I think is a good look, you know? And then obviously then trying to map it to like what is considered technically good, and then where I might have broken the rules, let's say. So in this case, let's say, I see what you're saying, and I do agree with you, especially with the lips, that you're getting more of like a, clearly this is more of a coolish tone. You know, her lips are a bit more purple here, right? And so then that means like, okay, I should probably adjust it. Although then, at least I have my baseline as well of like, okay, this, how it looks here, is what I personally liked. So in terms of like my personal aesthetics, let's say, of like how I wanted this shot to look more creative, I'm like, okay, this is where we landed. But in reality, to your points, in terms of like how do we make, especially with people and skin tones, we have to keep them as natural as possible, let's say. So then it's like, okay, I'm assuming what you're saying there is that I should readjust the colors to kind of balance this back to a bit more of a warmer look and feel. And then maybe, I guess I could have a separate node where I just kind of focus on these colors here, or just masking only these colors and then kind of adjusting it. Now, one thing I'll also mention, by the way, to Just Passing, is that right now, the reason I'm doing this exercise as an FYI is I got access to Dehancer. And so basically Dehancer gave me access to their product, and in return, they wanted me to provide like a review. And so they had no stipulations besides just give us an honest feedback. So I'm trying to see, in terms of a stress test, I've been trying to push Dehancer across all my footages, where besides doing like the color corrections, so I'll do like a basic color correction, right? And then I'm trying to use a single node for my entire color grading process, which is Dehancer. So with a single Dehancer node, can I essentially do all of the creative look and feel in one go? So that's what we've been testing across a bunch of these footages that I've captured around the world in different scenarios, just to see like, okay, where does it seem to work best? Where does it seem to fail with some of these shots? So like this wouldn't necessarily be how I would be color grading overall. Because overall, I would make use of a bit more like masking, let's say, or just kind of more focused or refined color grading for certain aspects of it. But as far as this exercise goes, you're seeing like these are all of my attempts to create some different looks and feels based off of just one node. So yeah. Hopefully that made sense. You said good look is the overall look. These are your primaries. Skin tone would be your secondaries. Open color slice. Yeah, so for example, that color slice. I recently discovered or learned about color slice, and I was pretty excited about it. We had some other people in the chat who introduced me to some other DCTLs that I should use. And also I have a DCTL called mono something, which I can use for a little bit more selective color adjustments. But like I said, I'm trying to not touch any of these guys. So I'm literally just using one node to try to do everything, which is again just for the colors. Although Dehancer does have one, so let's hop back to the footage we were looking at. Okay. So technically they do have the color head section. So maybe... Is it the magenta? No. Hold on. Oh, I have to turn it on first. Derp. So the problem is the only color adjustment tool within Dehancer is they have the section for color head where you can adjust the yellow to blue, magenta to green, or vice versa, and cyan to red. So maybe I can just slightly adjust that this way. But yeah, what do I know, right? Dehancer is nice, but if you're using it, I would suggest you use it as the overall look. So you build it to have your main preset or film look. You can place it at the end or before the ODT. So you build it to have your main preset or film look. Yeah, well, actually, so thanks for sharing that, by the way. So maybe, okay, so this could be a good moment to then maybe just share with you what my node structure is currently. And if you think there's some improvements to be made, by all means. Now, I followed a bit from Cullen Kelly. So there's a number of actual, you know, there's so many people. I've been enjoying live streaming, and especially recently, there's been a lot of people who know what they're talking about, including yourself. And they gave me a lot of good suggestions, and a lot of them all came to the same conclusion or suggestion that I should watch Cullen Kelly for more information on how to do this. So I did follow some of his advice on setting this up. But I also broke from his advice because he has a much simpler model where he just has maybe he's got like 5 or 6 nodes. Whereas here I kind of went crazy with it, as obviously you can see. But the way I've kind of structured it is I have first the color space transformation. Then I have like a section for my color correction phase. And so I have one for like the white balance. Oh, sorry, these 3 are for color. These 2 are for color corrections. So I have one node to adjust for the white balance, and then I have one node for the primaries. And that was a term that I wasn't familiar with until recently. But generally, yeah, I would do all the curves and the exposure levels and contrast and stuff like that there. Then I have this one node that's grayed out for the 18% middle gray points. And so I know that this is like super important thing, and I was like, okay, fine. And then here I have a few that's a repeat of the exact same thing, but essentially I've created mainly these 2 nodes, which are the color grading versions of the white balance and the primaries. So my thought process was like, first, let's get our shot to essentially quote unquote neutral or like a balanced shot. And then any nodes that I create afterwards would be building off of that baseline. So even if I want to readjust the balance or the temperature or the curves and contrast, I'd be essentially doing this after we've come to a conclusion of whatever the baseline neutrality was. And that way, if I make some LUTs, then I can just kind of choose these guys and then generate a LUT from that without necessarily worrying about like, oh, the baseline was different for each shot. It's like, no, no, no. We try to get it in a properly exposed setting first. And then from here, I have a bunch of these nodes, which are for like the saturation, desaturation, density, and hue shift. And so I have one version here, which is mainly pulling from the color slice that you mentioned. And then I have these grayed out ones, which are the same version where if I want to control for saturation, desaturation, blah, 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 those are pulling from the DCTLs that I have downloaded. And so then basically I would have two versions for each of these that I can utilize. But this is also what makes this look so crazy, or like so many nodes. But in reality, you might not necessarily use all of them. Then I have one node for like power windows, one where I can apply a LUT prior to the, I think you said the ODT. So I have one section where I can just apply my LUT that's based off of the DaVinci Wide Gamut color space. Then towards the end, I have a node for the Dehancer. So it is, to your point, just passing, I do have the Dehancer towards the very end of my power grade structure. I have a node that's usually grayed out just because it takes so much rendering, which is for the noise reduction. And then finally we have that ODT, I think, I haven't heard that one, but the conversion back to Rec 709. And for that, I downloaded a DCTL called 2499, which also was a recommendation from some people in the chat, as well as from Cullen Kelly. And so then everything afterwards is really once it's been converted back to Rec 709. So I have some placeholder nodes for like if I had some LUTs that I want to apply that were based off of a Rec 709 color space. And then I have one for vignetting, a corner fade, and then sharpen at the end. And then there we go. So is it overkill? Obviously, yes. But is that how I normally function? Yes. This is just how I function. But there's a thing for everything, is what I was thinking. Hopefully. You said you still need to have masking and other adjustments in separate nodes. Yeah, so I think I kind of set that up in a sense. So I have that one node, which is for like the power windows. And then I have one for like a corner fade, which is like the linear gradient. I have kind of do it, but yeah, we'll see. I haven't played too much with masks too often, at least the power windows, unless you're talking about masking in terms of like selective colors. Yeah, Dehancer is not built for that. Yeah, exactly. So I will say, and I probably should reiterate, but it's like right now, whatever I end up creating as this final look and feel, I'm not necessarily saying that this is the exact perfect color grade that I normally would do. It's just, it is the best that I feel like I can achieve with only Dehancer. Because again, the point for me is that when I make this product review, in order for me to hopefully add more value to someone who is considering using Dehancer, is showing the fullest extent of how you could potentially use Dehancer, where it's like, if you just buy this product and didn't know much, which is someone like me, if you're a beginner / intermediate and you wanted a tool that can actually essentially allow you to get to like a really creative final result without necessarily being technically correct or like having the skin tones or any of the other things technically appropriately done, it's like, yo, you can get some really cool results from this. So you said you can work in groups and the color grading balance / primaries to be put into the LUT / look into post group. Interesting. So they remain steady and save computing power. Oh, computing power I'm not as concerned about. I spent way too much money, but you know, I think it was warranted. I do have a really powerful Mac Studio machine. It seems to be holding up pretty well with all of these edits. You're suggesting to have parallel nodes for masking, pre-made vignette, gradients, etc., easy to access. Yeah, so I have, so one of those things I think I did, what you're talking about. So for example here, I have it after the Rec 709 conversion, but I do have a little vignetting node set up. I just usually have it default to turned off, so when I apply the power grade, it won't just show up. And then I have one for the corner fade, but it's just more just to show the window there. So I have it where like default there's a corner fade, but that's turned off as well. Parallel nodes for masking and masking. Yeah. Yeah. Point is, there's so much that I still need to kind of figure out. Have them before the 709, just easier fall off. Oh, okay. Wait, you're saying the vignette before the 709 is better? Okay. I'll make a mental note of it, because that would mean I need to obviously resave a new power grade, which I'm happy to do, but oh, I feel so exhausted just thinking of having to recreate or like create a new version of my power grade. But easier fall off. Okay. I do kind of want to use the same. I'm not sure. Okay. Well, listen, either way, I appreciate the suggestions. So, just passing, I don't know if you normally do film stuff, but I do appreciate this. And if you happen to be tuning in later on, feel free to join my Discord, which I'm going to pump into the chat right now. That way, one, we're slowly building out that community, so people who are fellow, filmmakers, cinematographers, amateurs like me, or whatever it is, photographers, we can support each other, share content, learn from each other, and also, selfishly, you'll be notified every time I go live. And I do go live every day, or I try to, 5 to 6 days a week. And we're on our 3rd month of streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So I appreciate the support across any of those platforms. You said basically try to have everything before 709 and only texture and trim after it. Okay. Even the vignetting. Okay, I was surprised by that. But fair enough. Yeah, I really don't have anything besides sharpening, which I guess would be that texture. And I thought for some reason that vignetting shouldn't matter too much if it's at the end. I'm assuming the difference won't make that much of a difference. I don't know. But I get your point. So I may have to break up my power grade and put it in before. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, basically I'm trying to wind down now because it's about 10 p.m. my time. I haven't eaten all day, and I have a few other things I have to get done with before we end for the night and go to sleep. So, film grain also. So you can use 2 nodes with Dehancer, one for a look, one for halation and grain. Film grain is okay. You can use 2 nodes with Dehancer. Oh, that's a smart. That's actually a really. Thank you very much for that suggestion. Because I can already see what I would do then. Is I can just automatically... So if I create 2 nodes, and then I have one node, both can be Dehancer, but then one just automatically defaults to having the grain, halation, and bloom turned on. So then it just saves me those extra clicks where all I have to do is turn it on or off, and it immediately would apply those textural things, I guess. And then the other node... Okay, that's a great idea. I don't know if that's exactly what you're telling me or suggesting, but that's what whatever you put down, that's what I'm reading, and I think that's a really good idea. So thank you for that suggestion. All right, mental notes for off stream and then for tomorrow is you said shift vignette before 709 and then 2 nodes for Dehancer. Brilliant. Nice. Okay. Well, today was another learning stream then. So again, I do appreciate that, and thank you for passing by, baby. I'm gonna start winding down now because I am starving, and I need to quickly make some food and just take care of some other errands that I have. Tomorrow I'll be streaming again, normal time. Most likely I'll try to be a bit earlier this time, but also I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I guess it just depends on how much that takes up of my routine. But yes, today was very, very good. We didn't get our freaking cat to show up in this beautiful cat bed over here. What the hell? You know, it's just waiting. I put so much time into putting this together, and my cat said F off, so it is what it is. Meanwhile, Kimpop's just been chilling over here doing his thing, so let's go bother him real quick. But yeah, unfortunately the other cat did not show up to work. It is what it is. But otherwise, we've had a very wonderful day of streaming. So I'm gonna probably tomorrow, I might try to take care of some of this off stream. I need to be much faster with this whole Dehancer thing, because I need to send this to a video editor, right? A big task that I've been working on in the past few weeks is like trying to hire a proper YouTube editor that can work long term with me. And I found a number of really awesome applicants, and they're all just kind of waiting for me to say, like, you know, do you have some content for us to show you what we can do? And so, yeah, anyways, so I need to work faster. Let's commit to that. Thank you guys. I had a wonderful stream. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow.